Alright guys, I'm about ready to fire this thing off. I'm gonna post the room code in a couple different places. We're gonna try to get this back up and running like it was earlier, hopefully. Let's see, we got X, we got Facebook, we got Discord. Let's see if we can get something going here. So we got that and that, and then let's go to here and do this. Let's go here and do this. Pretty much posted this everywhere that I can, and we'll be ready to rock and roll here in a few moments. Refresh this. You know what? I'll even post it in the chat if for some reason people can't read the stream titles. Let's refresh this. And let me just double check one more time. DDRT, okay. And alright, looks like we're ready to rock and roll. Let's get this thing going. Fake me out. And by the way, guys, if you guys do want to join, this is cross-platform. You just have to have Doom 1 and 2. Last I checked, Doom 1 and 2 cost like $10. But you should be able to play it on PlayStation 5, PS4, Xbox, whatever Xbox. I don't know about Xbox One, but maybe. And then, of course, PC. And you can do it through Steam. I don't know if you can do it through Good Old Games or not. Probably, I would imagine. guess that's the only place I can post it is in the Doom community. Let's actually set that up now. Both of those. Okay, I can think we're good to go here. you guys been playing Doom for? I was born the year this game came out. So I'm gonna be 32 here soon. Yeah, I believe it. My older brother played it like 2 years after it came out. Because we didn't even have a PC until 1995 for the first time. Yeah, I agree. I tried to make this like an event. I don't know. Sometimes we get a decent turnout, and like being that it's Quakecon, some more people might show up because it's like it's harder to get into matches of actual Quake, especially if you don't know what you're doing, especially with the older versions. Yeah, I think I just have regular Quake. I don't know if I have the remastered version, but yeah, the big problem with Quake is that it's not nearly as easy to host a server in Quake as it is in this, because a lot of times it requires port forwarding, which then opens up vulnerabilities to my router. So it's just like, there's probably a way around that, but it requires a lot more knowledge and shit. And like, this is supposed to be a 32-player lobby. I hope it's working the way it's supposed to, but... Yeah, well, I had like when the 2024 update happened, I did 16-player lobbies for like a month or two. You may have even been in it before. And then shortly thereafter, someone told me about how to increase the player count. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I feel like for Deathmatch, you want to have as many as you can, but... I think one of the reasons they don't have Team Deathmatch, I'm just speculating, but it might be because people can kind of come and go as they please. And then, like, there's not that many players in general, so if people do leave, then it could really screw people over if they're on teams, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's all good, man. I appreciate you stopping by. I'm probably going to be hosting it for a while, unless... It might be, I might have to restart the lobby at some point, but if I do, I'll post all the stuff in the same places I did before. guys think I should decrease the kill limit at all? Because I raised it to 50. Because I don't know if any of you guys were in here earlier, but like at 30, the matches were ending in like 2 or 3 minutes. you like fix your mic, man? Yo, what's up, Ori? I don't know if you have any interest, but I'm hosting a deathmatch. It's kind of a tournament, but it's just deathmatch in June 1 and 2. We were doing it earlier, and I met some pretty cool people. It seems like it's a lot easier to host Classic Doom than it is to host Quake. Because I was trying to figure out how to host Quake, but it's just way more complicated than Doom is. Pistol. Okay, that's all good. I'm probably going to be playing this for a while. At some point I might ask the guys if they want to do campaign, but I was trying to play Quake Champions, but it was really hard to find matches. I don't know how there's so little people playing Quake Champions during Quakecon, but it is what it is. be like 2-3 minutes of just sitting there every time I'm done with a match. It makes the stream like so boring to watch. And I understand this is very repetitive, but at least there's something actually happening. My goodness. Love that plasma rifle. Sniper shotgun, that's what we always love about Doom. Shotgun combined with a sniper rifle. Yeah, I can hear you quite clearly, man. It just seems like there's a lot of feedback on your mic. Oh, nice. So, were there no, like, solo duels this year in Quakecon? It's all good. Were there no solo ranked duels in Quake Champions this year? Oh, okay. Because I was looking for like, I was looking for live coverage of the event, but like I couldn't find any. Yeah, I mean, the reason why I'm hosting this is because I'm not like, I've played a decent bit of Quake Champions, but I didn't like grow up playing Quake, so I don't know how hosting servers and stuff works in that really. Yeah, that sounds cool. Yeah, I was talking to my brother about it. He was saying that maybe we should actually go to Quakecon one of the years. Nice. Yeah, we had some pretty good lobbies going earlier. There was a ton of people in here. Yeah, I guess they were all just messing with me, but they were pretending like they didn't know what I was talking about. Okay, Ori. I'll catch you later, man. I'll probably be doing this for quite a while today, so might take a couple breaks here and there myself. anybody know? I thought there was a BFG on this map. I just don't know where it is, unless they took it out for some reason. I swear there's a way to activate it, and like that little nook in the corner, it's just like that, but there's a BFG in it. And right. Yeah, that can be annoying. I don't know. Like, I guess try to look in the input settings. I guess you can turn the flashing red screen off. I know that. That's under accessibility. Syntax error 999, that's pretty funny. Yeah, man, you can come back at any time. I'll be doing this for a while, so. I know what you mean. Isn't that a problem in every video game, though? Is running into the walls? Oh, that's a shame. Just because of how easy it is to run Doom, we all should have like 0 ping right now. Well, like if we were in a LAN party right now, theoretically, we could have like basically no ping whatsoever, which would make it like as fast as possible. I don't know if there's a way I can fix that, unfortunately. Did you try checking your settings? Is it louder now that I'm talking? You're saying you turn down the sound's volume? Yeah, I had to do that too, and my chat volume was like broken for a while, and it wasn't working, and I finally figured out how to fix it. Yeah, let's get some fucking frags. You're right. You're exactly right. Let's get some frag grenades up in this bitch. Yeah, just so you guys know, I'm probably gonna have this up till like early in the morning. And on top of that, we might do like campaign shit at some point. Okay. my bad, man. I don't know if it was me or someone else, but what's up? Yeah, it probably was then. I'm just running around shooting everybody. So. I would like to do some TDM, but I guess it's not possible without mods. Yeah. And the other problem too is that if we do that and people leave, it can screw over the other team. You scared me when you said that, dude. I mean, can't really stop him unless you kill him, you know what I mean? Just flat out no, huh? You got. It sounds like you gotta adjust your volume, dude. Because I had to. The game's like blaringly loud when you first set it up. Yeah, I think. You'll be surprised, man. If depending on how long this is up, like there were people that literally were on voice comms with me for hours, actually, just doing this. Yeah, I mean, I know it's kind of fucked up, but I do pretty much kick those players eventually if they can't fix it. Yeah, but then you have to tell everybody to do it, and it'll just make people leave at that point. I know where it is. I know where it is. You want me to tell you? Well, you already have it, so I guess you know where it is. Yeah, you get used to it after a while. It's honestly, like, it's unfortunate, but push to talk ends up being the best way to do anything. Like, I'm actually, I'm streaming this right now, but I was thinking about it. I should probably use push to talk for my streams as well. Well, it's because, like, it's really weird, dude, but my mic's, like, apparently sensitive as hell, and for some reason I can't seem to figure out how to make it work on my actual stream, so you hear absolutely everything on my streams. There's supposed to be programs to make it work, but I haven't been able to make it work. I mean, ultimately that would be one solution, but like I'm not prepared to drop hundreds on a mic right now. Okay. That's great. Dude, if just wait till the other dudes come back if they ever do. Were you in here? Were you in here when Cam and Jack were in here, dude? They were winning every match for like tons and tons of matches. It was getting annoying. You said in Apex? Oh yeah, I think he was just in here actually. Yeah, no, that I was just telling people about how I have problems with that exact thing, but yeah, I mean, have fun one way or the other if you prefer talking or whatever, it doesn't matter. As long as you're not like full on harassing people, I'm not gonna kick you. What the fuck's that elevator? Hold up. Oh right, it's like this pointless fucking room with that one elevator, dude. I hate that. Well, you think this is too many, dude? Well, everybody does, because it's you have to protect yourself from every angle. I don't know if it's stuck, but it's supposed to be up to 32 players right now. It's supposed to be. All right, let me try to fix that again. Dude. Yeah, maybe the code doesn't work anymore. It used to a while ago. It's not a cheat code. It's a developer code to increase the server limit. Unless it's not the right code. Like, one guy joined a long time ago, and he was able to give me the right information to be able to do it. But when you Google it, it's kind of somewhat obscured. I want to message my own buddy. Talking to me, man. Okay, yeah, sorry. I was trying to message my one buddy to see if he can give me an answer on how to make the 32-player match possible. Now that you mention it, it actually seems like it does. Legacy of Rust. I was just about to say that myself. I think it is hard as fuck. Yeah. When you compare Legacy of Rust to Doom 1, it's like a night and day difference, I think. And well, like, the original Doom didn't have nearly as many monsters as Legacy of Rust does. Well, now that the Doom Slayer himself is in here, dude, you might want to be careful. You're gonna kill her. Yeah, that kind of shit is pretty fucking nuts. I will say, like, out of all the new stuff, I think I like Legacy of Rust more than anything else. What, like, the sigil stuff's, like, okay and all that, but, like, actually, did they add a new sigil to this? Yeah, I don't think I've actually put. That's the only thing I haven't actually done yet. Like when the update happened last September, I did basically everything like with 16-player lobbies, and then I played Doom for like a month straight, and then kind of still come back to it, but not play it as much. Well, the one guy in here said he's been speedrunning Doom for the last 6 years. Yeah, he was like really fucking good. I guess normally his username is like Jackass, but I guess he changed it to J4C. Yeah. Dude, it's actually crazy, but sometimes I actually forget I'm playing this while I'm playing it. I know that seems impossible, but... Well, you also have to think, I did this for, like, 4 hours earlier, and now... How long have I been doing it now? Hour and a half. It's been an hour and a half. But I've done death matches like all day for like 12 hours before, so. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I take breaks, but because I'm the host, I have to be there to queue up the next match. But you can also tell, like, that's why I only have 3 kills, because I've been doing this like continuously. Because like you said, if I like try my hardest every fucking match, I'm gonna short circuit my brain probably. Right. Yeah, I understand. Wait, what, you said deathmatch what? Oh. I don't have them memorized yet. I am somewhat familiar with all the maps, but like, are you talking about the one that has invincibility on it? Yeah, it's the green orb is on it. It's actually bullshit. We were, but apparently they decreased it from constant to like every 15 seconds it spawns. It's like, okay, that makes even more sense. But I was just saying to those guys, like, I wish that was just like a quad, like in Quake or whatever, because invincibility is a little bit ridiculous, you know what I mean? Well, you literally can't kill the person for however long it lasts. I don't remember exactly how long it lasts, but 30 seconds? Jesus. Like, but like, if a player's really good, they're gonna be like unstoppable. I actually don't even know where it is. I just know that it's there. I don't know how to get it, and I'm probably not gonna start grabbing it. Right. Nah. Yeah. Now, is it a green invulnerability, or is it the fucking like the brownish looking one? Well, no, because there's the blue megasphere, but there's a fucking. That's what this whole, like, people use these different fucking terms interchangeably, so I can never figure out what the fuck to call shit. But there's basically a green sphere, a blue sphere, and a brown sphere. But I think the brown sphere might have been added with Legacy of Rust, but I don't know if it's in Doom 2 or not, actually. But I don't remember seeing it in Doom 1 though. Yeah. Armor protection barrier. It's 200% maximum for both, right? Oh, I never bothered to look into it, but I'm sure there's an exact amount. You said? Huh. Are you actually watching TV right now, dude? I think I'm half. Yeah, I feel the same way about it. I mean, if anybody like joins and is like watching porn, I'm gonna ban them right the fuck away. I don't understand. Like, every time I go to look in the lobby browser, there's basically no one hosting a deathmatch. Like, you would think there'd be like a constant deathmatch going, or maybe not. Is it possible to host dedicated servers on this? Is it possible to host dedicated servers on this? Yeah. It could become a problem if no one is there to be an admin, but well, I shouldn't even ask you this, but is there a way to commandeer control the lobby? I already know it's actually possible, but I shouldn't be asking you this because of all the people in here. No, I think... I mean, well, whatever. We probably shouldn't be having this conversation, it's fine. Either you know the stuff I know or you don't. Well, you obviously know it's possible to take control of someone's computer, right? No. That's why I was saying we probably shouldn't be talking about it. But I'm sorry, man. I'm just no-braining right now because, like I said, if I'm doing this for 12 hours and I go as hard as I can in every match, I will have like, I will short circuit. Yeah. I'm just kind of like no-braining this. Dude, are you kidding me that the switch for the fucking Mega Health is that obvious? That's funny as shit. Yeah, but that's common in Doom in general, but... Is it possible to queue up these deathmatch matches without having people join? Well, because theoretically you could study all the maps. I'm not saying I'm going to, but I've already somewhat studied them just by playing with people, but... Yeah. I just wish some of these maps were a little bit bigger. Yeah, because like when it really becomes a clusterfuck, like you're guaranteed to die, basically. I turn it the whole way up every time. I mean, people get upset about it, but I figure the more the merrier. That's why I was trying to max it out even further at 32, but if I can, It was possible when the update first came out, but I think they might have patched it. Yeah, I can hear you, man. GG. One of the maps is like huge though. I forget which one it is. It's like there's a couple that are actually like almost too big. And unfortunately, like without like resetting every time, I can't select specific maps without like ending and yeah, but I have to end the lobby and do it every time, which gets old. Because it auto-views the maps. But can I select the next map from there? Without ending the match, though. So like, I'm talking about the lobby and the match as if they're the same thing, but technically speaking, like right now this is like the match. That's what I'm referring to as the match. But at the same time, it's also a lobby because there's a bunch of users in here. Does that make sense? Okay, well, you might have to explain that more to me at some point, but some people like join and leave right away. Why do you think that is? I don't know, for some reason I just have a feeling that they're like pissed about something but don't even say what it is. Yeah, the hit scan in Doom was never that as good as it should have been, I think. Right. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean when I say hit scan. Like the hit scan in general is more than just the vertical aspect, but it's still part of it. Right, so like a creature's up on a ledge and you don't have a y-axis, so when you shoot, it's a hit scan that determines the vertical level of the ammunition. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah, I get that. There is a limit to it. I didn't know like the actual dimensions, but that would be a good thing to know. What? Okay, I think I've heard people talk about that before. It's like 64 pixels for like a standard object or something like that. Because you looked it up, or someone told you, I'm sure it is, but like, the part of the reason why I'm not fanatical about all that stuff is because having it be more obscure kind of makes it more fun in general. Does that make sense? Because, well, like, I'm sure you know this, but like, whatever they say it exactly is, it's never going to exactly be that. You know what I mean? Yeah, you can see the way that they programmed it, but I'm talking about aspects of computing that go outside of computing. Well, like when you know, like if you draw a straight line, it's not actually a perfectly straight line. It has. Well, yeah, I'm not gonna get into that aspect of it, but there's a hole in the whole thing. I'm not willing to talk about it in this lobby. Doom's a little bit different because of the way it's structured, but with like certain games that incorporate space, yeah, I mean, if I actually told you what I was thinking, you're either gonna say I'm like a genius or an idiot, so it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna say it. I'm also live on Twitch. Yeah, give me 1 second. Alright, what's up? Yeah, I get that, dude, but I have to do that manually every time is what I was saying. I can't like pre-queue maps and things like that. But now I have to. Do you remember what map we were on? By chance? Here's what it is. Good game, guys. I forgot what the exact order was that we were on, so I just kind of selected one that I thought was further ahead. Wait, there's an exit on this map? I don't think I've seen that before. Yeah, I just saw an exit door. Yeah, I mean, it's not the most efficient thing to do, but it can work. If you're out of ammo completely, it's better than your fist. Do people explode when you hit them with the Berserk Punch? And is it an instant kill or not? I would imagine it's gotta be a lot. Multiples of 20 and ranges from what to what? And why does it vary? Huh. I never actually thought about that, but that does make sense. Invisible tracers. So you're talking about like detonation range or whatever? I did not know that. I mean, for you to remember all this about this game, you must really love Doom, man. I mean, I'm not saying that the information isn't like interesting, but I'm not gonna make it a point to remember every single aspect of it, because, like I said, the fact that some of it's hidden in mystery is part of the reason why I enjoy playing Doom to begin with, because it doesn't make it a unmysterious thing, if that makes sense. Well, it seems like you remember the information so much that you're never gonna forget it, basically, unless your memory starts to fail you. Like, it was a 64, or you'll be saying the thing about the 64-bit teleporter, and they'll be like, "Oh, sorry, Grandpa, that's actually a 128." Shit is funny as hell. Yeah. I think you said that already, but nah, it's fine. I mean, people repeat themselves all the time. You said some out of nowhere. I didn't hear all of it. I wouldn't say it was out of nowhere, but it definitely came from somewhere. Yeah, dude, it hurt like a motherfucker, actually. Dude, I can't even believe I'm about to say this, dude, but it almost feels like this shit in and of itself is brain rot. I don't know, dude. It's just it's like you can like basically get hypnotized by this shit, but maybe that's just the forces of hell at work itself. Oh yeah, that's getting in the zone, right? It's the opposite of getting in the zone. Yeah. I mean, certain aspects are obviously muscle memory, but it's a very strict. Like, I don't think anyone enjoys doing something without being fully cognizant of what's going on. 5 a.m. I'm probably gonna go till like 2 or 3 a.m. probably. 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. Yep. It is kind of tough, like maintaining this, but like if no one else hosts a deathmatch, then people won't actually get to play, and that just sucks. Is that true? I was wondering. I was saying that to somebody, and they were like acting like they were confused about that. So is it peer-to-peer or not? I don't know. Every time I mention that kind of stuff to my brother, he makes it seem like it isn't possible, and I don't understand why. So how much harder to run is the Vulcan engine than the original Room? Well, whatever. What is it, the Kex engine? You know what I mean. Okay. So it's like not even using my graphics card? Is that true? So... yeah. I don't know, but... Mine's a 6 port. Oh yeah. Interesting. But what's more efficient, to have one, or 6 separate ones? So what's more efficient, to have like one screen segment or 6 separate ones? Yeah, or like give you 12 or whatever. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can see that. But my GPU is definitely still doing some work because I'm still broadcasting it on 3 different platforms. Yeah, I'm on Kick, Twitch, and YouTube right now. But it's not actually that process intensive because it only, the way I do it, it only has to work on the main one that's on the canvas, if that makes sense. Yeah, my encoder's only doing one, but it's splitting it into 3 separate ones. Right. And I just upgraded my internet, but it doesn't matter because I can't raise it as high as I want because I'm not a partner on any of the platforms actually. But my internet could support it though. I might, after this match, I think I need to take a break for a few minutes. Like, I'm gonna queue up the next one, but I'm not AFK. And I don't, has anybody actually gotten 50 kills yet? I don't know if they did or not. Well, like, in the last match, well, not, I don't know what you want, the last lobby, we were at a 30 kill limit and people kept hitting it like every 2 or 3 minutes. So the matches were like over as soon as you like get started. Yeah, people. But that, now that you're saying that, that actually makes so much more sense than before, because you're saying about how I have 0 ping. That makes sense why I never have problems. But the console players talk about how the game crashes their consoles and shit. And they, and also, well, the one guy claims it's somehow linked to his mic or some shit. And then, like yesterday, is there a compatibility mode on consoles? I don't even know. I don't, he didn't get into the specifics. He said it just crashes the game and he has to reload and rejoin basically. And then yeah, I don't have a console. I mean, he might fucking be lying, but I mean, what the fuck's the point of that? You know? He's leaving the match and coming back, so I believe it. Wait, that's a fucking ladder? I didn't know that shit. Well, but yesterday my brother claimed that when he went to close the game froze up and he like couldn't close it. And he was on PC, but he's also out in Arizona and I'm in Pennsylvania. But it sounds like you're in Europe, so. Germany? Oh, good. Are you actually like of German descent or not? Oh, okay. I'm part German, like hereditary. Okay. My grandfather was drafted into the Italian army, and then he was a prisoner of war and then was able to become an American citizen after World War II was over. And that's part of the reason why I'm 50% Italian. And then I think the German aspect of my family stems back to the name Eshelman, which is my dad's mother's maiden name, and then I'm also part English because my last name's actually Sutton. But yeah. Well, I was saying my last name's Sutton, and I'm part English, like from the I have family in the UK. But I'm an American. I was born in America now. But yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off, man, but like I said, I'm gonna step away for a few minutes. Okay, so Robert Douglas joined the chat. He said his grandfather died in a concentration camp. Wow, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm guessing you saw my message on Discord. I didn't realize you guys were talking in the chat. Okay, 4CLL94 said he's in the lobby. Something about what? About Germany? Are you talking to me or someone else? I was talking about my lineage as far as like my ancestry and shit like that, like my actual family. I didn't say anything else about Germany. Oh, I didn't. Well, then I didn't hear what you said there. Yeah, that's. Your English is pretty good. You could almost convince me that you're actually from the United States, which is surprising. Yeah, it's based on what you told me that your background is. It's actually somewhat surprising that you speak the way you do. Interesting. You must speak English on a regular basis, though. I studied German for several years in school, but I barely remember any of it because I barely ever use it. There's no one to speak German to, and the few people that I can, like that's not our common, like, consistent dialect. Okay, yeah, that's all good, Robert. I didn't know if you were able to get it to work. We were speculating that they might have patched the code to do a 32-player lobby. Because I know what it is, but I don't think it works anymore. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Yeah, a lot of people speak English. Yeah, but so did the Mongols at a certain point in history. Is it though? How? I mean, their empire didn't last, but neither did the British. So. Well, I'm not trying to get too political, but you could say a lot of things about the United States in that regard right now. But like I said, I'm going to step away here in a few minutes. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna tell you that you can, man. I mean, rest is the only reason why I'm hosting this is because of Quakecon. How long is the stream going for tonight? I don't have an exact time frame on it, but it's probably gonna go till early in the morning, like 2 or 3 a.m. If I might have to restart the lobby, but I'll be back in a few moments, guys. I was gonna say, Robert, and I guess that invitation's kind of open to anybody, but if you did want to join, you can. And also, if you don't want to talk to the people in the lobby, you don't have to. You can just talk to me in Discord, depending on what you want to do. But invitation's open. I mean, that's kind of obvious though from where I have it presented on the screen, but still, it is a lot of fun. It kind of, it is also very repetitive in many ways. But did Dummy leave? He did, right? Yeah, he did. Okay. We might get into the campaign at some point if anybody in the lobby's open to it, by the way. It's funny how I'm calling it a campaign because it's I don't think it was originally called that, but it's kind of just what it is. Yeah, we might do that just to mix things up because the deathmatch does get almost becomes draining after a while. I don't even know why I could say that, but I have played Doom for very long periods of time before, and I know how this goes. You also have to think, like, I was streaming this earlier for, I think it was like 3.5 hours on top of the 2.5 I've been going for now, so. Yeah, I would like to increase the player limit to 32, but I don't think it's allowing me to. And people are gonna die instantly if you do that. Oh right, and you said you're in this lobby, so that makes sense. And also, when I say 2 or 3 a.m., I mean Eastern, because I'm on the East Coast of the United States, so that would be whatever time, wherever you are in the world watching/playing. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and also, like, I encourage people to take breaks as well. You don't have to stay here the whole time. Just because the only reason why I'm doing it is so that there is a lobby open, but I would host a Quake server, but it's so complicated. I just don't understand why. But that's just the way it is. I almost killed myself with the rocket. But died anyway. The guy's name is Joe Pepsi. You think that's his actual last name? Or maybe that's Joe Pepsi instead of Joe Pesci? Who knows? Damn, dude is actually hitting the 50 kill mark. That's crazy. It's like the first person that was doing that. Why do I not remember this map? I'm so confused. Like, where is it? Okay. I just, looking at it at first glance, I was like, is this a different map? But now that I see the water, I remember. This music's pretty fucking awesome. Why'd that guy explode? I guess he got hit by a rocket? That was weird. Wait, so what is this? Oh shit. Wait, is that like a whole nother section of the map? Like, what the fuck? That's interesting. Oh, no. Okay, so that's the elevator that goes up there. You can get there both ways. Yeah, this map's pretty good, actually. No, I mean, if I really try, I might be able to, but the other players are also, like, a lot of times are also really good, and I usually can't beat them, just to be honest, but I raised it to 50 because, like, when the really good players do join, like, the match ends, like, instantly, and it's, like, not even, like, fun. God, I have 3 frags right now. And as people keep leaving the lobby, it gets harder and harder to hit the kill limit, which I think I can change it without ending the lobby in order to leave, if I have to. But if I do have to reset, then I'll just post the new room code and all that stuff. I would like to avoid redoing the lobby if I could, because it's posted in so many different places, and I can't post it in all of them, but I can do a good bit of them. Blood doesn't hurt you, apparently. On some maps it does, others it doesn't. think the one guy that joined the lobby, he was at Quakecon and said they're going to be doing a Quake Champion duel, like solo duels tournament. It might even be happening right now. Actually, I don't even know, but he said it was supposed to happen at some point today. I don't know. Whale, my arch nemesis. He's been in here quite a bit, actually. I haven't been doing this for 2 days straight, but I was doing it yesterday, and I did it for a while. Did it for like 3 hours yesterday. I might do it again tomorrow, depending on how I feel, but... It's kind of nice not being shot in the back every 10 seconds. Or less. I'm surprised they didn't kill me. I swear I just got that kill, but I think it killed some... Oh, but that's some bullshit. BFG never works like that for me. Well, hit 50. Maybe I mean, if sweats don't, like super sweats don't join, I might be able to hit 50 actually. If I actually like give it a good shot, but... I swear I keep getting kills, but it's not giving them to me. Don't I hit that guy? Yeah, I just killed 3 people. There we go. That was fucking awesome. 1 shotgun blast. What the fuck? regular on face off right there. Oh, I got killed from behind. Evil Devo? I wonder if that's actually Devo himself. That'd be funny. Well, yeah, he's an Australian Doom streamer. I don't really know him personally, but I know he exists. I follow him. That's the real ticket, is to try to get as many kills as you can with the pistol. Actually in the lead? Holy shit. Didn't even realize it. I guess I was racking them up there for a bit. How much time is left in the match? 3 minutes? I don't know if I'll be able to do that. Wait, is that a mega health right there, dude? Wow. If you're still watching 4CL94, I'm surprised you haven't been stream sniping, or maybe there's too much of a delay. Damn, Cozy H Cosmos fucking caught up to me, man. That's crazy. Can't, like, I don't even remember seeing his name in the server list. Probably because it's gray, that's why I didn't notice it. Acid? Oh shit, I went through a teleporter somehow, I think. I died, one or the other, I don't know. This shit happened so fast. Leave, fuck yeah! Come on, get more kills. I swear I just got a kill, I didn't get it. Ah. GG's, guys. That was a fucking close one. I think this is the map that's like huge, if I remember correctly. One of them's like particularly big. Smoked in this match. Is Rail still in here? No. Okay. I don't think there's any super sweats in here right now. I wish there was a way I could show you guys on stream like a spectator mode. Is there a spectator mode in this or not? It might just, like, I'm streaming the game and it might make it a little bit more interesting than just following my camera the whole time. Apple Dan IV, man. You definitely got some serious feedback on your mic there, dude. I'm sorry, man, but I'm kicking you, dude. I know it seems fucked up, guys, but I do kick people with mics like that because it kind of fucks shit up for everybody, you know what I mean? And if you do that match after match, it gets old fast. Oh, you were saying about an ammo backpack? I don't know if you meant on this map or a different map, but oh, I just found a backpack if that's what you're talking about. This one in the blue. Okay. Now, when you say blue, do you mean water or like blue walls, or what do you mean? Oh, yeah. Okay, that was. It's in a little blue thing. I think I know what you mean. Does anyone know if it's possible to use push to talk on console and controller in this? So like, just like you would on PC, you would bind control on console, or if you're using controller for push to talk, because there's not that many buttons that you actually need in doing. I don't know if it's possible, but like when those people join that have like really annoying mics, if it is possible, I can tell them to do that and then kick them after they don't, if that makes sense. Okay, you have it on left D-pad, I got you. Yeah, the one guy in my Twitch chat is saying it is possible actually. You're not the guy in my Twitch chat, are you? Or you don't have to say that or not? Okay. GG. Yeah, it's bullshit. It's bullshit, dude. It's bullshit. Sorry guys, I'm taking a second to eat some rice. I'm trying to get as much flavor. God, I can't hit the broadside of a barn right now. Dude, I just ran right over the BFG and it didn't get me. There we go. It's so funny hearing the BFG. It always has been though. My bad, I use left D-pad on DayZ and other games here on Doom, such certain headphones can do it with buttons. Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying. So you don't necessarily know if you can do it in Doom or not. But that still does mean that you're right, that it is possible, which I almost know that. It's been a long time since I was on a console, but I'm pretty sure I had push to talk on a console before, actually. But then again, like, I've never been one of those people that have one of those fucked up mics, and I just, I'm not trying to sound arrogant, but like, I try to take decent care of all my shit, and you know how people are, they like, wind up fucking electric cords, and don't give a shit if their CDs get scratched, all that. I was never that kind of person, so it kind of makes sense why people's mics get fucked up. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. You would just think it could work on Doom because, like I said, I don't think you really need that many buttons to play Doom, but I don't know what the console port's actually like, so. I mean, when it comes down to it, I'll just keep banning people, but I would like not to, but if they don't seem to care, I mean, why the fuck do I care, you know? Yeah, those hit scans completely failed. This seems like a completely different map than all the ones I've played. Like, is my memory really that bad? I don't get it. Or does it skip maps or something sometimes? No, I do remember this map from like over a year ago, but I don't think I played it like within the last 2 days. And I was positive we cycled through every map, but maybe not. kind of wish we could skip this match. I guess I technically can, but... Down my fist, holy shit. Shotgun me. That guy exploded. Turned into mush. I think after this match, I'm probably going to step away for a few moments again, but... Damn, dude, you got fucking 41 kills? Holy shit. GG though. I'm sorry, that swig of the drink and the just made it very funny. That's some bullshit. You got a minute, man. Hold off. Get there. Get there. Holy shit, Nano Cat, man. Damn. GG, man. Alright guys, I'll be back in a few moments. Okay, I'm sorry guys, I was talking that whole time. I guess my mic was muted. But I was saying, I was asking the Duke Nukem guy if he's ever played Duke Nukem Time to Kill. I take that as a no. The only reason why I asked is because that's my favorite Duke Nukem game, but yeah. Damn it, dude. You took that right from me and I needed it too. I wonder how you get the shotgun shells on top. camping in the corner, eh? Speaking French, man, I don't speak English, basically. I love shotgun sniper rifles. Does anyone know if there's a way to turn off the auto switch to new guns when you pick a new gun up? I'm actually about to look. I don't see a difference. Wait a minute. That adds a border to the crosshair? How the fuck is that possible? Oh, nice. You can change the color of that? What would happen if I made it red? Would it become green on one target? I would like green to red instead of green to yellow, but see what happens. Oh, dude, that's like perfect. Dude. I don't know if you guys understand what I'm talking about, but if you switch your crosshair to red, dude, it's so much better than green. It would be better to switch it to blue. Gameplay, right? Crosshair. Size. You can make it huge? You're kidding me, dude. Oh my god, dude. What? What? You telling me you can do this shit? That's fucking insanity, dude. Oh, I don't want that. Okay, maybe I do. Alright. White. Wait, luminance. Dude, that's a huge fucking crosshair. This has got to be a joke, dude. This has got to be a fucking joke. This is too easy. No wonder these dudes are racking up fucking kills, man. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's so fucking funny, dude. Oh, let's see if we can... Increase the size. Oh, wait, maybe not that small. I think red and yellow is the best, actually. Fun stream and I enjoy playing against you guys. GG, bye. Okay, later, man. I appreciate you stopping by. If you want to get back on, I might be doing this tomorrow or just late into tonight. But if you gotta get rest or whatever, that's fine too. I mean, I understand that. It's like people don't like this map. I've been in this scenario multiple times today. Alright guys, we are gonna keep going here, but I do need some time to kind of gain my bearings. I've already been doing this for quite a while. Alright man, it's almost 10 p.m. Okay. I think now would be a good time to switch over and do campaign, actually. Just as a mix-up, so let's do that. Yep, all that looks good. What did I want to check? I wanted to check something. If I restart the lobby... Cooperative, da da da. I don't think... What does Bethesda.net do? Okay, well that... Okay. So never mind. Where are all my options? Cooperative. Inferno, blah blah blah. I think we need knee deep in the dead. Yeah, I'm gonna close the lobby quick just to see what I'm missing. Online, create match, CC player cooperative. this dude's thing. Yo, what's up, dude? I've never played this before, so I don't know anything about it. Damn, that shit killed me with one hit. I'm just staying and looking at all that stuff. Damn, dude, I'm lost. I started the whole way back at the beginning, now I don't know where the fuck to go. Alright guys, sorry about that. I am back. We're gonna get back into this here. Just gotta do a couple things quick. Make sure let's say what it's supposed to. I don't even know. Yep, it does. Okay. That is all peaches and cream. Alright, Yo, what's going on, man? Oh, it's you, man. I'm surprised you're back. I didn't hear you say anything, by the way. I don't know if you were trying to. Dude, I forget. Yeah, it happens to me too, dude. It gets messed up. It actually could be on my end. I hope it's not, but it might be. Yes, Yep, perfect. There's a little bit, it sounds like you have a fan running or something, but that's alright. All good, man. I guess you are using push to talk then? Okay, cool. Today's been a long fucking day, dude. I did this twice, and I did it for a total of like 7 hours at this point, and I plan on going till like 2 or 3 a.m. I think. I mean, I've taken breaks, don't get me wrong, but I also increased the kill limit to 50 this time. Yeah, and that's, unfortunately I have to restart the lobby, I think, to actually adjust it, but I can check that here in a second, but I'm almost positive that's what I have to do. Oh, okay. Well, you want me to turn it back down to 30 for now, then? I haven't hit 50 today. I got 44 in the one match. I was like looking in the mod browser. The one guy said the thing about what was it, the Eve Eternity mod, and I actually tried it out. Like, I was playing the campaign with a, I don't know if you saw the guy's lobby. His name's like Fat Boy or whatever. But from what I understand, I can't make it work with Deathmatch. So I don't. If you have any mods that are, you know, that you want to play in Deathmatch, just let me know and I'll set it up. But you said WAD, so what do you mean by that, actually? I do have an account on Doom World, but I'm not really like super active on there. My original username was InVain666. And I think that's my name on Doom World. Yeah. So that's like permadeath stuff, right? Oh shit. That sounds challenging as fuck. So you basically only have one chance? For a whole month. I'll have to start playing Doom every fucking day if I want to do that. It's not that I'm unwilling to, but I do like to play other games from time to time. That's cool. Yeah, I would imagine it would have to be, because depending on how hard the WADs are they make, people would definitely die. I'm doing good. How are you? Or are you talking to someone else? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, what did you say? I used the force, man. Yeah, dude, when I looked at the fucking crosshair settings, dude, some of them are fucking broken, man. Like, it actually makes even more sense why you guys are getting killed, like, so many fucking kills. Unless you use the default one, but I doubt it. Okay, yeah, I have mine. Mine's like red and then yellow when it hits, so they're on target. Yeah, it's like it's a lot harder to actually see it because of that. I was playing like that all day, and then I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck? You can do this shit? Because you can make the crosshair like huge. To the point where it's like blatantly obvious that you're on target. Yeah, I don't have mine like super huge, but it's bigger than it was. It's when it's too big, it's almost like distracting, but. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, there could be utility in a small crosshair, like I could actually see that. But technically speaking, you're still just as precise with a bigger one, so. I know a lot of people that play Counter-Strike use super small ones, but... I kind of am getting tired of these maps, though. I will admit, they get stale. I don't know what the right mod would be to do deathmatch. Is it through the browser, or are you just saying in general? Okay. Yeah, if we decide to make it that far, then you can probably message me the name or whatever. I can look it up. But yeah, man, that's fine. You can add me wherever you want. I'm like all over the internet in certain ways. Yeah, I'm streaming on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube right now. I was doing that earlier as well. I mean, I actually don't even know if it captures your voice audio, your guys' voice audio or not. I think it actually does, though. From doing it before. And it's difficult to separate it because I would have to basically mute the game, but then I don't even know how I could hear you at that point. But I'm sure there's a way to do it, but unless someone makes it an issue, I'm not gonna worry about it. Yeah, unfortunately, I've had to kick a lot of players with like really noisy mics, but there's not much I can do about it because it ruins the experience for everybody, basically. Whomper, I think, or something like, yeah, something. No, you might be right. It might have been Whooper, actually. Yeah, it was hilarious. and then like when you try to talk to him, and he, like everything he says is like unintelligible. Yeah, I mean, I felt bad about the fact that it seemed like we pissed him off or something. I mean, if he genuinely has a disability, that sucks, but... Yeah, I agree. It can be really hard, though, depending on what the person's problem actually is. Well, that's actually the one thing is that, like, technically speaking, Wolfenstein is like one of the, well, I guess technically the Atari games you could play with one hand, but it would be kind of hard, but Wolfenstein you definitely could play with one hand. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but you can like move with the mouse and then shoot. They actually, I've heard people say that that's more efficient than using like WASD and arrow keys to move around. What do you think about that? Yeah. But you think that just applies to Wolfenstein and not Doom? But you don't think it's more efficient, though? You just said, yeah, you just said that. Okay. What's your opinion on like DPI stuff? DPI. Well, from what was explained to me, DPI stands for dots per inch, and I guess theoretically a laser mouse with higher DPI can I'm sorry, but I'm kicking this little kid because he shouldn't even be in here. I mean, don't get me wrong, I was playing Doom when I was super young, but I wasn't playing with like 30-year-old adults when I was playing. I was just playing by myself, you know what I mean? Right. Yeah, I can't. Right. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I flipped out playing video games when I was young. Honestly, dude, it's not even worth it because it's just gonna hurt you more in the long run. Yeah, I believe it. That's crazy. So do you have any notable rankings on like a global basis in this game, or? I mean, I guess there's people who play this 14 hours a day every day. I don't know if I have the I don't even know if I care about the game enough in general to do that. Well, the only reason why I say that is because that's what they say grandmasters in chess do, is play chess for 14 hours a day every day. Now, it might not be the same for video games, I don't even know, because they talk about the whole aspect of being too visually stimulated or whatever by video games. I don't know. I don't honestly know how it impacts me, because I do game for long periods of time at times, but when you look at my numbers compared to other people, they're nowhere close to like high numbers, if that makes sense. So like, you know how Steam tracks your hours of gameplay? So like, I've got friends with like thousands and thousands of hours in games. I don't have a single game in the thousands. All mine are in hundreds. Probably. like, don't get me wrong, I love Doom, but it just feels like there's only so much you can actually do with it, and that is part of the reason why I don't play it like every day, literally. I mean, and not to mention, like, I mean, what does that say about your life if that's all you do? You know what I mean? Not that people don't have the right to do those kinds of things. It's just that you should, like, try to live and entertain yourself, not just entertain yourself. Map creation, you mean? Yeah, I think that's one of the coolest aspects about the game. I mean, I've tried to get into game development like a handful of times, and I don't know if it's any easier with Doom, but I've just most of the time become overwhelmed by the amount of work necessary. Because when you're going into a project by yourself, I mean, if you somehow had the funding to have a team of 40 people, it probably would be a lot easier. So are you like talking to people in Discord at the same time, or is it just through the text chat you're like responding by talking? Okay. Yeah. I don't know what you want me to call you. Guy, your mom hates you, but I don't know what you're saying. Damn, I went straight into the blood. that was pretty funny actually. He sounded like someone I've like met before in real life. Yeah, I mean, if there's anything I've learned, if you're losing, you still gotta keep going, because like you don't know how good it's gonna get if you just give up right away. You know what I mean? I mean, I would say for like the first like half of my life, I lost at just about everything I did, and then eventually I started winning. You know what I mean? Nice. Right. Well, but I mean, I don't know. Cause like this gets a little bit more philosophical, but they talk about how like sometimes it seems like what happens to people happens to them because they deserve it, and maybe that is true to some extent. And that doesn't mean that that's the end of the show altogether anyway, you know. So, I'm just curious, but how much would you say you do play Doom, like daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis? Okay, and is that like every day of the year? Yeah. Has it had any kind of psychological impact on you? And the reason why I say that is because of the subject material that it's actually about. Yeah, but like the hell aspect and the demon aspect doesn't bother you at all? Okay. Like, I think the game that fucks with me the most out of the Doom series is probably 2016. And, it's just cause, like, cause you know how, like, Eternal almost looks like arcadey? But then, like, 2016, like, the shit's not... It's not, like, real, but it's, like, as close to real as it's ever been. Yeah. Yeah, I actually really like 2016, but there's a certain point where sometimes it legitimately does scare me. And on top of that, it also, like, gets my heart pounding sometimes. And like people talk about how they love that, in gaming. I don't think I necessarily do, but like when I was in like my mid-20s, I never had a problem with it, and then like within like the last like 3 to 4 years, I've really started to notice that effect from it. But like it's not every time that I play it, and yeah, it just is what it is. But I'm 30. Yeah, I'm 31. I'm gonna be 32. I don't know if I told you earlier, but I was born the year that the original Doom came out. Yeah. I was born a couple months before the game itself came out, actually. Yeah, sometimes things synchronize like that, I guess. I probably would have never even gotten into Doom if it wasn't for my older brother, to be honest. Because he would just play it all the time, and at the time it was a really good game. Yeah, someone brought up a good point, and like, I mean, I did just kick that little kid, but like, because Doom is so simple to run, you would think like a lot of younger people would be into it because of that, you know? Because like, you don't need a top of the line PC to play it. And not this version. Right. And that's like my older brother pretty much got me started into gaming in general, because just like you said, like the actual simplicity, like the first game I ever played was Excite Bike. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but NES. Yeah, and the reason why is because all you have to do is press like the gas in that, basically. Like there's more to it than that, but that's basically all you have to do. Yeah, I don't think I was really exposed to Doom till I was probably, I want to say at least like 6 years old, which I know is still young as fuck, but I was also playing fucking Duke Nukem Time to Kill at like 6 years old, and there's fucking strippers in that game, you know what I mean? It was kind of really weird, because like my mom was like super Christian but didn't care. Well, I think the reason why partially was because she was like dying from cancer, actually, now that I think about it. But she's dead now, but that is what that is. Yeah, I mean it happens to all of us, man. Eventually. Yeah. But even looking back on it though, I don't think she actually did care though. Because some parents kind of have an attitude that like your kids are gonna see it eventually, if that makes sense. And that's kind of how my parents dealt with it. Because like I'm not saying that that kids should see all content, but the thing is that if you wait, if they aren't exposed to it till way later in life, it could have a very shocking effect on that person. And also you have to take into consideration that it's not like anyone was making me play the game either. They were letting me do it because I wanted to. Did you say something about something being cute? Oh, nice. Nice. I think for a young person, like, Doom comes off as a very attractive game, and like, especially compared to modern games, like, the colors really pop, you know? Whereas I feel like a lot of times in newer games they just use like earth tones more. Which there's a lot of earth tones in Doom too, but like just the way that the colors pop on like the demons and stuff when you first see it, I know it had an impact on me when I was young, but yeah. Yeah, that's true. And like, when I compare this to like Minecraft, I can't stand Minecraft. Right. Yeah, and I know this is strange too, but I only played Doom 1 until I was probably in like my 20s actually. I hadn't even touched Doom 2. Plutonia? Yeah, I beat it. Like I said, I did everything when the 2024 update first came out, but I did figure out I haven't done Sigil 2, which I might at some point soon. But I do it all multiplayer because it would take me forever to beat it by myself, probably. Yeah, I didn't really like Sigil 1, but it's still something that I like. Am I gonna do all of it and then just miss this one little part? You know what I mean? No matter how horrendous it is, because we even played through the master levels of Doom. That's how much we fucking played it. It was so fucking bad, dude. If I wasn't doing it, with a 16-person lobby, I wouldn't have. Trust me. Well, there was a lot of like really experienced dudes in there that knew how to beat it, which, I mean, kudos to them, man. Like, holy fuck. Because that means they did it by themselves at some point. think we got a demon in here with us, man. I just thought about the fact that I haven't had the fucking plasma rifle this whole game. It's normal. Normally I have it like constantly on this map. For some reason I didn't have the plasma rifle almost this whole match, and it's pretty rare on that map. What's your opinion on no rest for the living? Yeah, from what I remember, Plutonia is pretty good. I like Legacy of Rust, Plutonia. I think the evolution thing was okay, like TNT evolution or whatever. And that. But my favorite's definitely Doom 1 though, and it always will be, but... Shooting me in the back, man. Come on now. I'm just kidding. You can call me like a sap for it, but I really appreciate shit for... like its original factor, because without it, it technically wouldn't exist. You know what I mean? Are you like a different person now, dude? What the hell happened? Have you ever killed someone with the Berserk? Do they explode? Huh. Yeah. Yeah, the one dude that was in here, you missed him. He was telling me like all kinds of like statistical information about Doom. And I just kind of told him like, dude, like I'm aware that that stuff exists, but I don't focus on it because it adds more mystery to the game, you know what I mean? Like, the fact that I know a teleporter's 64 pixels, or whatever the fuck, like, I don't need to know that constantly, you know what I mean? Well, if you're speedrunning, I guess you almost have to. But that's how it becomes with all speedrunning, basically. Because you're going to be at a disadvantage if you don't know the exact figures. Well, yeah. The only game that I probably stand a chance at speedrunning is Jedi Power Battles. Because I've played it so fucking much. But I've also played this a lot too. Oh, here's Woomper. Woomper's back, dude. Back from the pits of hell he has come. Don't take it personally, dude. Jack is just good as fuck. I know it's a pain in the ass, but you have to play the game as much as he does, and it's not like I'm gonna kick him because he's too good, you know? That'd be fucking stupid. I mean, if we find out that he's actually cheating, then I'll kick him, but aside from that... yeah. Yeah, that sounds like one of those surreal kind of things. I met this dude that claims he was like basically a Quake 2 pro, and I basically ended up blocking him because he just like, I know it seems like I talk a lot, but that dude fucking talked way more than I do, and it was like insane how much he would talk, and I just kind of can't handle shit like that. Like, if we're doing this and I can't handle the talking, I'm just gonna mute people, but... if you haven't met a person like that before, then you might not know what I mean, but... Woomper, man, I'm telling you, dude. Like, you got that fucking oil rig running back there, dude. He's obviously doing it on purpose because he's not saying basically anything. Just troll all the way, man. Alright, everyone in the match find Woomper right now and attack him. What color's fucking Woomper, man? He's yellow? You said yellow? Hold on. Is that... No, that's Reaper. Okay, I actually found Woomper, but... Now I kind of feel bad, because if we all start killing him, then he's... he probably will leave. Fix your fucking mic, damn it. Like you try to give people chances, man, and they're just fucking assholes. I don't fucking get it, man. I really fucking don't. Yeah, I did kick him because he would have just kept fucking doing it. And it's like, okay, that's out of your control, dude, but then you don't have to talk to us if you know it's gonna bother the fuck out of everybody. Well, but I was talking to the people about that earlier, and they said like because this is on crossplay, so that means some of the people are on console, and I don't know if the console version of Doom allows for push to talk or not. But they do claim it does work with certain games on console, so I don't know. Because I would tell the people to do that, but it's obvious that that guy won't fucking listen to anything because we've been talking to him the whole time. I get that, man, but the unfortunate truth from my perspective is that no matter how much you hate being in this prison, you're gonna be in it forever. So you better fucking deal with it. You know what I'm saying? And that goes way beyond this video game, but yeah. Well, right. I mean, we don't know whether or not you reincarnate, but I don't think you're gonna escape. You're gonna escape, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's kind of like fucked up and deeply philosophical, but I'm just being honest, you know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense to be negative as fuck just because you're pissed off. I mean, it's one thing if you do it internally, but if you're gonna do it externally, it's eventually gonna bite you in the ass. I know that. You know, we all do it. It doesn't. I don't really care, man. I'm not really afraid of anything. I mean, if someone really has a problem with what I say, they're gonna basically cut me off from my ability to communicate online. But that's not gonna stop me from doing what I want to do. You know what I mean? It will in some regards, but fuck it. I mean, I've never actually been banned from anything online, so. I don't think it matters, even if you're saying shit that isn't conformative to society, if that makes sense. I think the only time it really truly matters is if you are intentionally trying to be malicious. Right. I mean, there are certain things like I'm not willing to engage in, but You probably already know all what I'm talking about. So we've had a lot of celebrities on today. Reaper, are you the real Grim Reaper? Probably. Okay. Okay. That's cool. We had Duke Nukem on earlier. Who else was on? Yeah, the Doomslayer and a million different Doom guys have been here. Yeah, I know that. But when you're Doom guy, if you're not referencing classic Doom, then there's something wrong with you. I think I know what you mean, actually. Like, especially if you get into like a death spawn war up here at the top in this back corner. If you know what I'm talking about. I keep forgetting that you can't pick up guns once you run out of ammo for them. You have to find the ammo. I'm sorry, what was that? Have I made maps for Doom? Haven't tried, but I probably could if I wanted to. I mean, I sort of abhor the idea of making maps because I'm not saying like, I mean, I don't know. Like, that's part of the reason why I bought the game, right? Is because I don't have to make it myself. Not that I'm not willing to, but if it's just to do it, I think I'd rather just play, to be honest. It probably could, man. I mean, you do realize I'm basically not even trying right now, right? Like, because I've been on drone mode for like 8 hours straight, basically, and I could, like, there were a couple matches where I took it seriously, but if I kept doing it and kept doing it and kept doing it, I'd probably have like an aneurysm or something. I don't even know. This game has a weird effect where it can almost kind of like hypnotize you in a way. And you don't even realize you're playing it while you're playing it sometimes. At least that is how it is for me sometimes. Yeah, it literally just it's like all muscle memory and your mind's like somewhere else. And I think part of it has to do with it's a coping mechanism, and it's another way that people are able to make it through actual torture, is because they're experiencing the torture, but their brain basically shuts off what's in front of them so that they don't, like, you know, fucking go completely insane, you know what I mean? Well, but like I'm also hosting this like for other people's benefit, because it's, for some reason it seems like no one wants to host, and I don't know why. And, yeah, I mean, the one guy was saying that I technically have 0 ping because I'm hosting. I didn't realize that. I don't know why, like, there's a constant, like, debate about that, and I don't know why they, like, the one dude was like, oh, it's peer-to-peer, and then, my actual brother was like, oh, I can't be peer-to-peer, XYZ, and now you're basically saying the same thing. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to host Doom peer-to-peer. Like, I'm not saying that that you're not correct, but... Well, it's not a very resource-intensive game. Even this is the Pets engine or whatever, right? Yeah, I get that. I was talking to that other guy about that aspect of it too, but I mean, anymore, like, I don't even give a fuck if something's trying to steal my data, because, like, what the fuck are they gonna do? Do I have millions of dollars in the bank? No. What the fuck are they gonna take from me? The worst thing they could do is kill me, and at that point, like, then I'm completely out of the picture altogether. So who the fuck cares? I'm not saying I want to die, but, like, what are they really gonna take from me? Nothing. They have nothing to take from me. Yeah, I was kind of thrown off by that too, but that's like the second time you said that. Maybe we're all actually losing our minds from playing too much Doom. Maybe that's actually what's happening. You're autistic? Are you high functioning or low functioning autistic? Oh really? Yeah, man. I might even be doing this tomorrow. Probably, hopefully for not as long as I did today, but the main reason why I'm doing it is because of Quakecon. I think I told you that, but Yeah, I was thinking about maybe trying to go myself. I don't know. I have to have money first before I worry about shit like that. I think they said that this year it was free to go. I don't even know if that's true or not. Well, yeah, you'd have to fly. How can they hold the event without charging money for it, though? Just like fan funded, I guess? Yeah. Well, but then again, it's also backed by Bethesda, right? And they have a... They, there's more than 3 people in here. But I'm sorry. What were you saying, man? You were saying something just a moment ago. I think. Yeah. That's what I was trying to say. Is that Bethesda has deep pockets, so maybe they can just fund it. So, Jack, you said you're in college, right? What are you going to school for? Music therapy. Huh. I got some fundamental things I think about music in general, but maybe if you do add me, I can elaborate on that later on. Yeah. Huh. So now, what is your goal? Is to like help people with mental illness with music, or what? But you have no support for psychiatric approaches towards those things? Like, do you believe in like psychiatry? Okay. And I'm assuming that psychology as well. Oh, I think my game just... Oh. Well, that's going to change the room code, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry about that, man. My game crashed. I don't know why the fuck it did, but yeah, did it do it for you as well? Maybe we were pissing off Big Brother. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. I didn't, because you were saying like you were considering helping people with mental illness. So then I was talking about the other fields of like that also do that, right? Like my sister is a psychologist. She has a PhD in psychology, and I mean, from my perspective, like, the whole thing's kind of a soft science in a way, but it's that doesn't mean that it's not a valid approach towards assisting people. It's just that I think the long and short of it, in many ways, and also with institutions like the university you're going to, is that they put too many rails on information in general, and it kind of holds back the actual aspect of how much knowledge can actually benefit people, and it trickles down to every piece of society, I think. But well, maybe I'm not being specific enough, but like, in many ways, formal education kind of thwarts, like, it ends up labeling people who are not formally educated in many instances like charlatans. And I've come to find that people who are not formally educated in many instances are not as inept as those institutions make them seem to be. Even though I do have a college education, if that makes sense. Yeah, I got you. I'm sorry, I'm kind of going back and forth between Doom because I'm trying to update the room code for people to be able to join. Yeah, everyone's coming in quite clear for me as well. I think Jack was trying to say something, but I'm sorry, man. I'm calling you Jack. I don't know what you want to be called, actually. Got it. I mean, I've been locked in at 60 frames the whole time because my monitor only goes that high. Like, what's like maximum frame rate for it? It's gotta be like stupidly high. But I noticed that they like fucked up all kinds of shit with updates, like Doom Eternal like crashes my computer. But yeah, like I was saying, like Doom 2016 like crashes my computer now, and I used to run that game no, it's not, but I used to run that computer on computers way weaker than the one I have. Other people were saying that it's crashing on the console too, man. And on top of that, it just crashed. This one. Yeah. Yeah, you guys are right, but you gotta understand that they've been doing that shit for like the last like 3 years consistently. Yeah. But it's obvious that they're making arbitrary hardware needs to run games. It's obvious. And it's all in the programming, and people that play Doom know that better than anybody else. Because you can fucking edit the fucking game to make it work. You can do that with basically every game, but some of them you'll get banned from if you do. I can still hear you. I mean, I'm not the one kicking you out, by the way. Do you have some kind of crazy settings set up? Do you have mods installed? Huh. What version of the PS5 is it? Just the regular? I just think that this text engine version of Doom is garbage, but it's the easiest way to host. Yeah, I can hear you, man. Not on my end. The game completely crashed like 5 minutes ago for me, and that was the first time it did it. I can't say that I have. I'm sorry to say it, dude, but it's probably just the PS5 itself. Well, it's... We can hear you, man. You would say that, dude. What are you trying to say, dude? Is there something wrong with Halo Studios? It probably did. It probably did. Yeah, dude, when you come back, just treat it like you're continuing the conversation. Don't, like, interject by being like, hello. Because we do hear you basically every time you come back. Right, and I responded to you by saying, what, you think there's a problem with Halo Studios? And I was joking. You hate women in general? Listen, man, even if you were gay, it wouldn't fucking matter. Be as straight as you want to be, man. It doesn't fucking matter. What problem are you having? This always happens on this map. Oh yeah, that, I mean, I'm not where he is, so it's not like I can just help him, you know what I mean? Hello there. No, I don't think that. You know how fucking ridiculous that is, dude? I mean, based on your logic, you're basically saying you want women to be slaves by saying that. Well, there's a lot of people who are going to disagree with you, man. I'm sorry to say it. What the fuck is an incel? What the fuck is it? What is an incel though? Like, Involuntary celibate? But I thought celibate meant that you do get sex. No, that's fucking abstinence, dude. That's not celibacy. They dream this shit up. They dream this shit up overnight, dude, and try to make it seem like it's been around forever, man. People, I'm sorry to say it, but like everything that you've ever been told was made the fuck up. Not to be a dick, but it's true. It definitely is true, but it is what it is. It's not socially acceptable in terms of, like, the eyes of society, but we're not all society. Oh, you're talking about the yeah, okay, maybe I misinterpreted what you were saying. Yeah, we can hear you, man. I just got done playing the original San Andreas the whole way through, and it wasn't even a problem. It actually ran better on fucking PC than it did on the PS2 ever. I just got done playing through Mafia, the game Mafia, and then I played through San Andreas, the original Mafia. There's like a racing mode in it, if that's what you're talking about. It is actually hard as fuck. Like once you get to the end, you have to fight Sam or whatever. It is hard as fuck, yeah. Like beating San Andreas was way easier than Mafia, but San Andreas takes longer though. So you're saying that that Mafia, the definitive edition, sucks? Or did that dude crash again? He probably crashed again. Yeah. That's fucking... There he is. Yeah, we can all hear you, dude. He's obviously just saying it to... you guys do realize that Walsa is baiting you, right? I'm just saying, it's obvious. Well, you can't go into a semi-public place, and say something completely controversial and not expect it to hear fucking back talk about it. It's all good, man. Like I said, you don't have to do what I'm doing. I've been doing this for a long fucking time today. But I'm also not at the top of the kill list, like I was saying, and you have been, so. See you later, man. I can hear you, man. We definitely hear you. Well, you probably didn't hear the second half of what I said, but it doesn't matter. I can hear you, man. My game crashed, so I uninstalled the game. I deleted the game file and I reinstalled the game completely. So it's just if it keeps crashing, I don't think I can. Someone else is gonna have to host, I guess. I don't know. I guess, man. I think a bunch of people brought up the fact that it's not just the women; it's the greedy corporations that are more of a problem. And you disagree. We were all in here before. Did it crash for you too? That's so. Are we like overloading the fucking Doom servers because we're fucking? Yeah. There he is. Yeah, hello, dude. They're kicking all of us out, dude. It's well, you missed what I was saying. I was saying it's because of it's not just the women, it's the greedy corporations in general. I don't think it has to do with skin color, but yeah. Let you live? That's assuming you have no ability to defend yourself. Now you can see why the game keeps crashing for everybody, dude. It's because you're a racist, yes. But yeah, like I was saying, I completely reinstalled Doom, so hopefully the server won't crash again. Yeah, we can hear you, man. You don't have to keep saying that. Alright, I kicked that dude just cause, like, I mean, whatever, he can say whatever the fuck he wants, but there's a certain point. Well, then he's pathological then. because it's obvious that it's not restricted. The issue's not restricted to gender, and it's not women themselves making Doom fucking crash for everybody, dude. There's a lot more things involved in that. I'm not trying to bitch at you, but I'm sure that I'm not the first person who kicked that dude from a lobby either. I can't say I know him now. Yeah. I've had to kick a bunch of people, and it is what it is. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, he could be pathological, like you're saying, but on top of that, he's also trying to get a rise out of people, right? That's part's obvious. Yeah, well, unfortunately, being that it's a public server, you're always gonna run into people. Well, it doesn't even matter if it's public or private. Anytime that you're gaming with anybody, there's a chance for shit to get weird, and that's just the way it's always gonna be, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, but he, like, the long and short of it, man, like, none of us here are idiots, and he's definitely playing a show for everybody. It's pretty obvious that guy's trying to play a show for everybody, though. That's what I'm trying to say. Because not any one of us are complete idiots to begin with, so... Yeah, I mean... What I've come to learn with all that stuff, dude, man, is that if you don't want to be exposed to something, metaphorically speaking, you gotta put a lid on it, and that's basically the only way to stop it. I've had to do that with some of my closest friends. You know what I mean? I didn't realize it existed until people were mentioning it, so... I didn't already own them, so I'd have to buy it. What I ended up doing was reinstalling the game. It just takes a second unless you have super slow internet. And also, if you downloaded mods, you might want to delete the folder too if you're on PC. Okay. Yeah, It's only happened to me a handful of times, and I really don't know why. It seemed like it happened after I installed a mod, actually. But if you don't want to play any of the mods, then you might just want to do a fresh install if it's not going to take too long. But like I said, like I was planning on going till like maybe like 2 or 3 in the morning, but I might do this again tomorrow, like for the last day of Quakecon, but I'm probably not going to do it like every day, if that makes sense. I just, when the update first came out, I already played through like basically all of the content that was available in 16-player lobbies. The only thing I haven't played is Sigil 2, but I was told it sucks. But I still might do it just to do it. Yeah, I was trying to respond to you. I didn't know it existed until like today, basically, so. I had Hexen years ago for PlayStation 1, and I was like a young kid back then, and I just kept dying, and I basically just gave up on the game and sold it. That's the one where you start off with like a mace, basically, right? Yeah, I played it. Are you still there, man? It's not... It's like $15, right? Is there multiplayer in it like this or not? Nice. Now, in those games, is there spell casting or not? Yeah. I got you. I mean, there's a certain point where it seems like you might as well just play Dark and Darker, but I could see it being fun though. Yeah. Well, if you look into the origin of Doom in general, the idea for it, like from John Carmack and all those guys, started from D&D sessions. Yeah, but that's just what they claim. I mean, fundamentally, it's obviously inspired by Hell in general, right? Yeah. But also, like, the concepts of heaven and hell are beyond just Christian, though. But I know what you mean, though. Yeah. Well, have you heard of, like, what's it called, Saturnalia or whatever? That's some pretty fucked up shit. Because basically they would go out and like do like the purge, right? Right, but they would literally kill people as like part of it though, right? Yeah. But in many ways we're also very similar to them, but yeah, I know what you mean. Well, that's like, have you ever heard of this game called The Front? So it's like it's a game made by a Chinese developer, but it's like if you could imagine combining like Ark and like Rust and like some other shit like open world survival sandbox crafting and whatever, right? But there was a dude, like I was like, I have like hundreds of hours in the game, and I was like talking to people in the global chat. And this dude was like telling me that I was full of shit on some of the things I was saying. Like, and I, like from my perspective, I wasn't lying, but he was like, "Oh, I've got 3,500 hours in the game," and he was like, "All your resources are gonna become my resources," and I was like, "Yeah, dude," and on top of that, your empire is gonna fucking turn into dust like they all have. And he just kind of like shut up after that. Because people don't think about that. I mean, I'm assuming you crashed again and missed everything I said. Yeah. Yeah. So there's this dude that had a bunch of time in the game, but I also had a decent bit myself, and I was telling people things in global chat, and he was accusing me of being full of shit, and he was like, "Oh, and by the way, all your resources are going to become my resources," and I was like, "Yeah, and your empire is going to turn to dust like they all have," so, and then he kind of shut up after that. Did you crash again and miss all that again? Okay. Yeah. But you brought up the part about empires falling, and it made me think about how that is literally true. But it even applies to video games sometimes. Right. Yeah. my actual grandfather was from right outside the city of Rome. He was from Albano. Yeah, he was a prisoner of war. Because he was drafted in the Italian army in World War II, and then he was captured as a prisoner of war, and then once the war was over, he was granted American citizenship, and a bunch of my family members came through Ellis Island and all that. Yeah, and then I was telling the one dude, like, I've got German and English roots as well, but I'm more familiar with the Italian part of my family because it makes up a larger percentage. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. I was talking about my lineage, yeah. And right, and I was then going to say that I have a German and English background as well, but I'm more familiar with my Italian roots because I am like half Italian technically, and I don't know, like our whole like intermediate family was a lot closer to my mom's family than my dad's, so. But, I was just gonna say you might just want to try reinstalling the game now because it's probably gonna keep crashing, because that was what was happening to the dude I banned. It's only like a gig, unless you have like super slow internet. It should take like no time at all. I don't think I'll be able to run it on my PC, unfortunately. Yeah. They're actually posted on my Twitch channel if you really want to know, but I don't feel like telling you all of it right now. I watch a lot of gameplay. I'm sure it doesn't look like terrible, but there's certain aspects of the story that seem kind of weird to me, and then I don't know, like they walked away from some of the best aspects of 2016 and Eternal. It's like so strange. Yeah. Yeah. Well, like, the part that pisses me off is the Doomslayers being mind controlled. And I think that that's fucking, like, bullshit. That's fucking bull. how? But isn't it supposed to be a prequel? How does that even make sense? Right, because like I'm not trying to be conspiratorial, but like there's a reason why they write fiction in certain ways, because it does parallel actual reality to a certain extent, and like you're taking like a very important hero and basically saying he's nothing but a weapon. Like, what the fuck is that? See what I'm saying? I guess he's gone again, or not, or he's still here. Yeah, it's all good. How does it, do you... Yeah, but all of them have like some kind of heart. They're not just soulless killing machines. Yeah, he's like John Wick before John Wick was John Wick. Yeah, that just sounds fucking annoying, man. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right, yeah. You don't think that's actually true at all in Dark Ages? Well, they did that kind of in Eternal too, where you had to shoot the fucking, what are they, the Marauders at the right time or whatever and all that shit. That sort of locks you into using certain guns, I would say. I think out of all of them, I think 2016 is my favorite one, but it's just that, like I was saying to the other guy, like 2016 is so realistic that it like fucks with my head sometimes. Yeah, dude, it looks like a fucking, it looks like an arcade game. It's annoying as fuck. But then you have 2016 where it's like too realistic. There's got to be like a happy medium. But actually, like, I could even forsake the arcadey look for just full-on realism because it's just better, you know? Because it is scary, but that's half the point, right? Like, Doom's one of those games that isn't really like a a horror game, but it's almost in a horror game category, right? Yeah. It's true. It's true, but it's also completely different when you're taking something that's like basically trying to look real and something that never looked real. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I also wish they took that and made it competitive. Yeah, I like that as well. I haven't heard anybody say they like that, but I don't know why the fuck they did that. It's the thing I don't understand is it almost feels like that, like with all these games, it's almost like they're intentionally doing the opposite of what everybody wants, which I can't understand why that makes sense. Right, because who the people that are even creating it seem like they don't enjoy it. So like, why the fuck do they even bother? Like, if they don't want us the game in general, I'm not saying that that's the case, but if that's true, then stop fucking making games in general and tell us what the fuck you want us to do. You see what I'm saying? And that's the dumbest fucking part of the whole thing is like, I don't know, we're in this constant battle where it's like, oh well, what the fuck, do we deserve to be punished for whatever the fuck? But then they never tell us why the fuck we're being punished. And when I say that, it's not like something that's 100% obvious, but some people feel that way, if you know what I'm saying. Right, but the other thing that's so weird about that, dude, is it depends on who you talk to. Because my sister's a psychologist, right, and she's got a family and all these things. And I was telling her about how gaming's bigger than ever, and she was like, oh, that almost seems like it's the opposite because, like, my patients never talk about it. I was like, what? I was like, how the fuck is that even possible? You know what I mean? But isn't like a huge well, right, and that's why you think people would talk about it is because gaming in many ways is a coping mechanism altogether. I'm not saying it's the only thing that it is, but well, I think that Right. Well, the Right. But the root of the whole thing, in my opinion, is that the whole world is essentially succumbing to like one unified sin, which is greed in general, and that's the only thing holding everyone back. And until that changes, things aren't gonna get better, basically. But it's like it's almost like a comical, not like almost like someone wrote a novel of a dystopia and and like right here it is, you know what I mean? It's actually like ridiculous. Cause in the like if we're in the realist version of reality, which they don't even admit that, but if we are, how the fuck are we the dumbest ones out of everybody? Like, isn't that, like, fucking stupid in and of itself? Yeah, it's fucking stupid, and then there's so much shit trying to draw people in directions that are trying to detach them from reality altogether, and it's obvious. That's why they say all this bullshit about simulation theory and all this fucking nonsense. It's like, how the fuck would it matter if we were in a simulation, a million simulations deep? It's all rooted in the base reality, guaranteed. So it doesn't fucking matter. And if something's composed of fucking digital code or real as all can fucking be, it doesn't make it any fucking different. There is no difference, and there never will be. Like, they sit there and pretend like, oh, there's some objective reality deep underneath it all. It's like, what the fuck do you expect? To sit in a white fucking abyss? Like, what the fuck? And I'm sorry, like, I'm talking so much, but I watch this shit and it really fucking pisses me off sometimes, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure it pisses off a lot of other people too, but yeah. Well, but I don't think that means that it's impossible to know it all, though. And I also think that I'm not saying a human being can, because it's an inefficient way of observing like infinity. But on top of that, like, I don't know. I'm just gonna say I do believe God exists, whether I like him or not, basically. Right, and I have a very I know what deism is. My dad's a deist, but I have a very unorthodox understanding of what I think God is, and essentially pointing to what you're saying is I believe that it's basically just existence in itself and consciousness, and God, as well as many other things, is just a word, really, but people interpret it as many confusing things, and to know what God really is, it would take forever to actually describe it, but yeah. I think there's something deeper than that, though, and I think it came from consciousness, but like the unstoppable aspect of the persistence of reality itself, I think is like it's not necessarily outside the realm of consciousness, but it's a level of consciousness that's so foreign to, like you said, like human beings, that it might as well not even be consciousness. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I think that the like because like when we think of it in an anthropomorphic way, we presume that there's going to be emotions and all this shit, you know what I'm saying? But that's because anthropomorphism points towards human-like characteristics. But there's a like almost like it almost feels like a soulless aspect to the universe, but it's so persistent and could give a fuck less about so many things. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I guess I could see that. I mean, you said existence itself is chaotic, or the universe, or that part doesn't really matter that much. I think that the infinite nature of existence itself is something that gets overlooked constantly, and I guarantee no matter what happens, existence is truly infinite, and you will never, if we're at 15 trillion right now and we go to 15 quintillion later, like, we're still not going to be at whatever the fuck's beyond quintillion, you know what I'm saying? Because of how infinite existence really is. And you could say, oh well, God's out there, but if God is out there, we're not going to be able to communicate with him because how far out there he actually is. Does that make sense? And it can be very simple, like. Right. He inevitably does because of how infinite he is, and like, I hope you also know that when I say he's not literally a man, but yeah. Did that guy crash again? No. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you have to take it all in. It's not something that people talk about every day, but. Yeah, it's rare that I talk like this, like, because I'm actually live right now, but I kind of don't give a shit, because like I said to the other guy, like, he was like semi-worried about me saying certain things, and I was like, I've never been banned from anything unless it's like, unless I'm actually trying to be malicious, and I never am, basically ever. Like, just talking about God or existence or any of that shit, it doesn't really matter in and of itself. You're not gonna reveal anything to God himself that he doesn't already know anyway. And on top of that, you can't lie to him either. But that's, I'm not saying I am God, but what I am saying is that's also true. It inevitably is. Right. Yeah. Well, technically speaking, since the beginning of like existence itself, nothing has ever been a lie. Because it definingly can't be. Because it wouldn't exist if it was actually false. Does that make sense? Even just saying it as well. Wait, no facts and no facts and what? No facts and what? No, I disagree. There's definitely one objective truth. And that is the fact that this is here. Whatever you're gonna call this. Yeah, and I'm not saying they tout this shit about Carl Jung and fucking Nietzsche and shove it down our fucking goddamn throats and Jordan Peterson and all that fucking bullshit. But we know that there's like billions of other fucking people that have existed, and they're not the only fucking thinkers that ever existed. And I'm not trying to be rude, I'm just being honest. Right, and it's so annoying because they try to force narratives on people. I don't even know what you're trying to say, but... Right, because you point to the fact that existence is a blank slate because it always is. That's why it's obvious that God exists, because God's will is the only thing that makes this persistent as it ever is. Which is deeply philosophical as fuck, but like I said, I don't really care about that right now. Yeah. 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 Well, but that's the thing, is that if there was a solipsist, it would be God himself only, and that's like in his full capacity, not as a person. Yeah, and that's because neither of our egos control existence. It has an influence on it, but it doesn't control it directly, and that part's obvious. Because if you thought to yourself cheeseburger, you would have a cheeseburger in your hand. See what I'm saying? Right, but then. Right, and that's what they misconstrue the idea of the word manifestation altogether. because manifest means to make something appear, and they make it seem like if you dream your ultimate dream that it's gonna become true, and I guarantee you certain dreams most likely will never become true. Not because I'm going to stop you, because I know many things will stop you, depending on what your dreams actually are. Because I mean, I have some crazy fucking thoughts in my mind, and I'm sure we all do, but I know that they're so fucking evil that it's like, it's actually like really fucked up, you know what I mean? And due to the fact that someone, we'll subsume that it was God, decided to share existence with other people, it's not fair to all those other people to do those kinds of things. You know what I mean? It never will be. Well, I think, unfortunately, like, I think that free will does exist. I just think that it's kind of obvious that there's an overarching free will to Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, all you can do is think and move shit around. That's like basically all you can do. And that's like a really fucked up way of talking about someone's life, but it's true. Like, you can think whatever the fuck you want, and then you can like move around physical objects. But you're not gonna like use the force on someone to do some crazy shit. Cause fuck that. You know what I mean? But I do appreciate you hearing me out on a lot of this shit, man, because a lot of people would think yeah. Yeah. Well, you were talking about like a lack of free will, but don't you think free will is one of the fundamental reasons why things get fucked up to begin with? Yeah, I mean, the only thing I care about, the only thing I care about for myself in terms of my personal self is that I'm going to make the right decision when it actually matters, and that's all I care about, actually. And I would hope most people feel the same way, but like I said, they do have free will, so they can think whatever they're going to think. Doesn't mean people are going to allow them to do whatever the fuck they want, though. Well, that part's pretty obvious because society itself has constant, like, for like the last like 2 decades has basically been gripping with like how it feels like it should be structured, basically, right? We don't know whether or not like certain levels of authority are ever necessary, and the fact that there's such a high degree of a level of actual certainty in the whole thing and a lack of like cohesive leadership, it's like it's causing the whole thing to fall the fuck apart, and we can't understand what the actual motive is. It almost feels like we've all just stopped giving a shit, which I would be all for it only in the certain fact that it inevitably will bite us in the ass if we just let everything go, and I mean absolutely everything. Yeah. Well, I've talked about it with other friends of mine. It is like, they say that religion is necessary for a unifying idea. But there's a few problems that I have with Christianity specifically, is that there's a level of it that's almost arrogant in a certain sense, like, because God's treating it like he has the final say, like if he really is Jesus, that he has the final say on everything forever. And I'm not saying that he wouldn't be fit to do that, but there's an evolutionary aspect to the innate nature of existence itself. And to say that you're going to damn things forever when they haven't done things that equate to eternal damnation is fucked up. And expecting to be worshipped is like almost like a narcissistic quality. It's like, why the fuck does your shit not stink so bad? And then all of a sudden you died 2,000 years ago, and you can't fucking come here right now? What the fuck is that? You're basically a comic book character to me. I'm not saying that doesn't make you real. It just makes you like, what the fuck are you trying to? You see what I'm saying? Well, but that's what it ultimately boils down to, is how you classify the word God. Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah. Well, I mean, but if you wanted to do things simply to just see them play out, you could have imagined them and not made them real. You know what I mean? Yeah, but then like go fuck yourself, God. Like, I'm not your fucking toy. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to be a dick, but like, are you kidding me? Like, you wouldn't feel the same way? I guess his game crashed or whatever. Hey man, can you hear me? Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, like, I'm not telling you to go fuck yourself, by the way. It's just, like, sometimes people yeah, they definitely do, man. And the other thing I want to point out to you, even though you're semi a random guy to me, is the fact that you always need to consider this option, right? Don't ever think yourself into a box, okay? And the reason why I'm saying that is because it's not like, the reason why I'm saying that is because you can end up in a pile of shit, right? And I'm not saying that this is going to happen, but let's say maybe it did happen before, right? If you don't, like, reason with the thing that's fucking you up, even if it's yourself, it will continue to keep fucking you up. Does that make sense? Right, and point to the direction that there is an infinite aspect to existence, because it means that there's infinitely better and better ideas. To the point where it could drive you insane, but it doesn't have to. Like, there's certain aspects where nothing ever had to be bad, ever, actually. And not only that, it could have been so much better than it ever was. And it's not the fact that bad things, like, there is a certain element to the fact that bad things are somewhat necessary, but there's also so much room for, like, for you and everybody not to end up in the actual pits of hell. Does that make sense? And I'm somewhat afraid that we actually have been there before, but a lot of people tell me we haven't. I don't know. I can't speak on that, but I think we may have, actually. And when I say, yeah, inevitably that is somewhat true, actually, but yeah. And the fucked up, like, I mean, I was kind of half having a conversation to no one. I, like, stepped out to smoke a cigarette, but, like, that's the element of the whole thing, is that, like, so we keep, like, functioning under the impression that we're just in these human bodies and we're just people, but, like, that's the aspect of the whole thing, like, because I postulated an idea, like, oh God, go fuck yourself, for saying that I'm a toy, right? But in some sense, you could say I'm using God as a toy right now, but there's a distinct difference, and that resides in the fact that this computer doesn't have nerve endings and this body does. Does that make sense? Well, but when I say God, like, I'm not like a normal person, really. I never really have been, but when I say God, I basically mean existence. Does that make sense? And that's like 90% of, like, when I refer to God, that's basically what I actually mean. But, yeah. Yeah, the thing that the actual part that muddies the water more than anything else is the man in the clouds, and that part's been so deeply ingrained into every person that they almost can't escape it as much as they try to. Or you could call it the man behind the curtain, or whatever you want to call it. But, yeah. Right. Right, but one thing I can say is that if that creator doesn't exist, why the fuck wouldn't you try to take his place? Because you even just admitted the fact that if we do end up in the pits of hell, that it might be self-imposed, right? So now, all of a sudden, if you're the person sending yourself to hell, hypothetically, like, why the fuck are you doing that? Why is that ever rational? You see what I mean? If you deserve to be punished, then maybe you shouldn't have done many things in the first place. And on top of that, you shouldn't have... If you did have the foresight to see it coming, then, like, why the fuck did you ever go that direction? And I've said this to people before, but you can imagine many things. You don't have to act them out in reality to know what they'll be. You see what I mean? And I don't know. I might be stretching your mind pretty far at this point, but you do see where I'm coming from now, right? Yeah, right. Well, right. One of the Buddhist tenets is that life itself is suffering. Right, but the one counter argument I have to it is that existence doesn't have to be designed this way. It's just what was decided to be purported, basically. And the long and short of it, even if it wasn't a man that decided it, if that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. Right. You built it's not even just joy, but like they talk about how it makes stronger people and all these things. But all I'm trying to demonstrate is that it doesn't actually have to be that way, but that's the way it currently is. Does that make sense? But the inevitable factor that, like, and this is the part that really dumbfounds people, is that when you're sitting in the hot seat, so to speak, like when you're player one, like you definitely are feeling some pain, and people try to talk their way out of it, but it's like literally attached to you by physical walls. That's why you can't be separated from it. That doesn't mean that it wasn't a decision to institute it in the first place, but what it does mean is that it is actually somewhat inescapable in this current situation. Somewhat. You think there's a difference between pain and suffering? Suffering's more of a what? Well, I can tell you right now that depending on the degree of physical pain or physiological pain that you feel, it's going to have a greater impact on your mental stability than simply just being upset because someone told you you were gay at the wrong time or whatever. Like, and that's why, like, I have these wild ideas in my head, but I've vividly imagined immense amounts of pain, and if it doesn't stop, it gets to the point where it basically it like turns you inside out in a really fucked up way. And the other thing that's kind of fucked up and weird that you'll maybe never hear someone ever say again is that there's potentially an almost intoxicating amount of knowledge in pain by itself when you're experiencing a certain amount of it. And I can elaborate on that further, but if you have no idea what I'm saying already, then I'm not going to. Right, because, okay, so imagine, like, existence itself was being, like, shrunken down and then like, forced through you, right? That's, like, it will hurt, especially if it's being designed to hurt, but, like, just imagine all of existence was flowing through you, right? Like, that would inevitably teach you everything that there ever was. But then on top of that, you'd realize that there's so much more beyond it, inevitably. And I mean, it can lead you to madness. It basically has led me there multiple times, but yeah. If there is, I would be blown the fuck away, because it's a really abstract thought in and of itself. And I haven't heard many people talk about it other than myself. I have heard the word before, but I don't know what it is. Right. Right, and that's because I bring this up to people a lot lately in arguments and debates, but pretty much what all people do most of the time they're talking to people is draw circles around certain aspects of existence. Because in the literal sense, in the truest way possible, which they do elaborate sometimes online, we are actually existence itself, and always have been. Now you can draw a circle around me and say, oh, well, I'm just TGZ1 or whatever, and I can draw a circle around you and say you're just SKS. But that's why those seemingly distinctly different things can become blurred. You know what I'm saying? Well, it could. Well, you could say, I mean, but that now we're playing the deductionist game. If you deduce everything down to its like fundamental roots, nothing is valid. Basically, that's the whole reason why Descartes seems to have a valid point in his postulation. Somewhat. Yeah, I think I have heard of that. I think it's probably difficult for you to like understand what I'm saying, but if you really grasp what I'm saying in a metaphorical sense about drawing circles around things, I'm not talking about literally drawing circles, but like the sea of consciousness that I am trying to reduce something here, because I'm trying to point out the fact that like the seemingly absolutely definitive lines within existence are maybe not as definitive as you may have originally thought at certain points. And that's a common thing that everybody falls into, because it can break down the fundamental understandings of human knowledge in and of itself, which is exactly what you're talking about. And I'm not trying to turn you into a madman. I'm just trying to show you different aspects of realms of thinking, because if you consider yourself a philosopher, you have to be open to discussion about essentially anything. And the only discussions that you should completely shut out, that I would say, are ones that are genuinely nonsense. And that'd be people like barking and crazy shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Well, do you believe that reality itself is somewhat of an illusion, or do you not consider that thought? Like me and another me and another friend call it, like, we don't say it's a full-on illusion, but we say it's a real illusion. But nevertheless, like, if you could, like, somehow hit the off button on all this, like, what do you think would be there? Yeah. 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 Well, I will say that all those postulations are very materialist, but it doesn't mean that they're invalid. I mean, but it depends on the scope of the context in and of itself. Like, if you're trying to say, like, because this is the thing, is that, like, I think in this whole conversation we're both trying to pursue the truth in some sense, right? Because we want to understand more things, but it, like, the basis of what I'm saying, I can already see the direction that you're trying to label it in some ways, but I also see what you're trying to say as well about electromagnetic radiation and the perception of it through the physiological makeup of a human being. I'm not saying it's wrong. That's not what I'm trying to say. But what I am trying to say is, can you reinstate the reason why you brought that up? Because you're saying you agree with the fact that it's a real illusion. But you're saying that's why you think it is. Yeah. One of the reasons I say it's a real illusion is because I'm confident that what I'm seeing and experiencing can't be the only thing that's here, and that's oftentimes why they say that our senses are flawed, because it's obvious that there's more than just us, and you've pointed to that many times throughout this conversation, that there's almost obviously knowledge outside of us, and there always will be. And I could explain that even further, but I don't see the point, because I'm trying to steer you, like guide you in the same sense that you're trying to guide me. And it's I don't know. I mean, but the long and short of this whole thing is that I think I don't know. I think we definitely discovered certain things that we may have not considered from each other, but I don't know, man. I've been playing Doom for the last like 12 hours basically, and it's it's kind of taken a yeah, it's been a long fucking day. You were here like way earlier at one point. I think I remember that. That's crazy, man. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess you're trying to say something about the fundamental nature of like the fabric of space or something? Well, I mean, I've basically I've heard it's not even that it's wordy, and it's not that I know exactly what you're trying to say, but does that have something to do with like existence being a real illusion, or like I shouldn't say existence itself, but our piece of existence? Right. Right, and that you're pointing at the same thing that I was pointing at. That it's obvious that there's more than just this. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I get what you're trying to say. I mean, I could say things about it. I mean, like, I don't know, man. I want there to be a reason why we're talking about this, and it feels like we're kind of losing it at this point. But like, I've been here endless amounts of times where you have one person saying we're limited and the other person saying we're not, or saying certain things are limited and or not, or whatever. But like, I don't know. I just think like, I think that there's times to be humble and there's times to push limits and supersede limits when it's necessary. You know what I mean? That sounds somewhat original to me. I don't know if I've heard that. Yeah, they pretty much go in infinity. Yeah, I get that. It's the same thing with the light spectrum. The light spectrum. What's your reason for saying that? Yeah. You know what I have a feeling of, dude, and I think like you've heard the like the prefix socio, right? And also the word normative, right? Well, I've taken those two words and combined them, and I say socio-normative. And it seems like you're trying to guide the conversation back to a more rational perspective. Is that what you're trying to do? He's a we've been having a somewhat philosophical conversation for a little while now. He's talking about the idea that the fundamental forces that make up our planetary system and body, which led to us as beings, has a peculiar aspect to it in the sense that there's a shit ton of information surrounding all that. Is basically what he's trying to say. You're saying like the objective, right? Well, but that's like, I'm not trying to point fingers, but you did that. I just listened to what you had to say. I mean, but that I would like. It seems like. I'm not even gonna say what I think it seems like. I mean, you can say whatever you want, man, but I think that if, like, you're tired or you feel like you need a break, like, I had planned to do this till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And I'm probably not gonna go too much longer than that. And that's Eastern time, but I do think that you are correct that whatever the objective truth is different than the perceived truth. But, yeah, it's, I don't know, man, like, I'm kind of getting worn out myself, and, yeah, she is. Yeah, but those, isn't that kind of obvious though? Because those are like unchangeable aspects of reality. Like, how are we not going to build ideas off sensory input and patterns? Like, how will we ever? Because like if you're not using like, right, but we're not able to have this conversation without sensory input. Right, but you also have to think about the fact that like certain ideas won't manifest, and when I say this, I'm talking in like a blank slate sense. They won't manifest if they're not being fed attention. Like there isn't just like a million fucking pink elephants floating in the universe, right? And I'm sure you've also heard of Russell's teapot as well. So like the idea, like, you know what the Kuiper belt is because you talked about the solar system. So like in the Kuiper belt there's a teapot. It's Russell's teapot out there. Can you prove whether it's there or not? Obviously not. You never could without actually going there. But you can use a priori reasoning to subsume that there's not a teapot in the Kuiper belt. It doesn't fucking make sense why there would be. You see what I'm saying? And that's why, like, I do point to the fact that existence is infinite, but I don't point to the fact that it takes on countless fucking forms without those forms being acknowledged and being fed into it. Does that make sense? Well, I would say I would use a priori reasoning to subsume that there's definitely knowledge outside of myself, bare minimum. And because of that, like, I'm not saying I can't become aware of that knowledge at times, but I think that memory in and of itself is essentially not only stored in my brain, and I think it is in existence itself. And it inevitably has to be. I think I have a limited amount of memories because I'm just a person, but... I do think it's possible for things to exist outside of sensory perception. And that's another thing that pisses me off, that they say on YouTube, like, all the time, at least with things I watch, is like, oh, your brain is making up reality. It's like, hold on a second. Like, why all of a sudden is the whole universe succumb to my body and mind? You know what I mean? That's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, I've also heard people say that, well, on YouTube, but that you don't even have a brain if you don't go looking for one. In the long and short of it. Right, and that in and of itself points to the fact that if you don't acknowledge something in a certain way, it basically doesn't exist until you do. That doesn't mean that physical things aren't outside of your perception and sensory input. And even concepts are probably outside of your your actual perception. You know what I mean? It would only make sense, like, and I know that for a fact because when you write something down on paper and leave it somewhere, someone else can come find it and read it. That's just like a physical example, but I'm sure there's probably intangible ones as well, but I can't think of any right now. No. I believe in true randomness and cause and effect combined. Like my buddy fucking tried to say all this shit about how when you're driving down the road and a leaf hits your car, it was meant to hit your car. That is fucking bullshit. Now, like, I think that in some ways the universe demonstrates that it's not completely unguided. I'm not saying that proves God's existence, but what I am saying is that not everything has to be absolute fucking nonsense. And it's because not everything should be absolute fucking nonsense. Not because there's a ultimate judge out there somewhere, but because there's reason for, like, even the soulless fucking computer monitor or whatever you're looking at, for it to actually care. And I know that sounds strange, but I think it depends on the lens that you look at it in, right? Because, like, there's obviously times where people end up dying, and there's no justice associated with it. You know what I mean? But then there's times where they talk about, like, synchronicity, and pretty much everyone has experienced that at certain points. Some people say it's only coincidence, but that's like an age-old argument in and of itself. Yeah. Right, and I also think that there's basically an unlimited capacity for people to simply say things, but there's an actual difference on what actually happens. You know what I mean? So there's people, like, all over the internet that have, like, tons and tons of perspectives, and they say some pretty airy-fairy shit, but like the brass tacks about what actually happens is the only thing that matters. And oftentimes, like, that's why people say that the common euphemism that, oh, well, God only knows what actually happened, right? But that's because that's the part that we know probably actually matters the most, and it doesn't come down to the ego of an individual to determine whether or not, like, something went a certain way. Does that make sense? We're talking about, like, everything and all kinds of shit in philosophy, basically. You do? You think it's predetermined? What do you like? Do you believe in God at all, or? No. Well, in some respect, I actually agree with your statement, but you have to understand that when I say the word God, a lot of times I'm just referring to existence itself. But the reason why I agree with you is due to the infinite nature of existence itself. You would inevitably exist exactly like this countless times, eventually throughout eternity. No, I think what you'll come to find is that time is actually more relevant. Like, there's a big difference between space-time and human time, right? Like, we can't sit in our chairs without space-time. But structured like 10 a.m., 12 a.m., all that shit is man-made for sure. We based it off the cycles of the sun, and that was like all we had to go off of, basically. I mean, but what's like, but I do believe, but that's the other aspect of it that I do believe is that there's only one ultimate will, and that's the reason why we exist right now, actually. I'm not saying that that's in the hands of one man or a man in the clouds, but I do believe that there is an ultimate will there. And I believe it has made every decision I've ever made, basically. And I would say the same about you all, but I'm not trying to force ideas on you guys either. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, like, can I tell you what one of my own desires was due to the infinite nature of existence, like, I wanted to be able to give absolutely everybody that ever existed, like, basically their own universe. Now, just because I wanted that didn't make it true. But if what he was saying was true about the AI and the conscious person, it kind of points in that direction. Yeah, I mean, but I also feel like you like you don't have to like put everything in the scope of a computational lens. Like, you can refer to it in ways that kind of shake off that, like, oh, this is just a simulation idea. You know what I mean? It functions like a simulation, but there's so many aspects to it that can go beyond that concept in and of itself. But I do see what you're saying, but I don't think of the world as a data center. I think of, I guess, maybe just existence itself as a data center, I guess. If it was plugged in, what would be the difference? Like, because I brought this up to SKS. His game keeps crashing, that's why he disconnected, but... fucking... Like... What do you think is at the bedrock of existence itself? Like a white abyss? Or a black abyss? Or... Nope, nothing, absolutely nothing at all? Like... It's definitely something, right? But why does the computer ever become necessary? That's my counter argument. Like, do people constantly reference the computer because it's like something common that they understand? Is that why? Yeah. But why does it have to be like a demon instead of like a Greek god or something? Yeah. I think, like, I've said this to people before, and I think that how you need to approach the way, like, my personal approach to deal with everything that comes my way is to do it on a case-by-case basis, right? So, like, you segregate each individual problem or postulation into its own, like, courtroom or, like, court hearing, if that makes sense. But you don't have to think of it like you're a judge of law. You're just a judge of knowledge. And if you do it that way and prevent, like, this overarching, like, infinite web of complexity, because we have a limited capacity to think, it'll help you knock out one thing and deal with the next and the next and the next. But I'm just throwing that out there. Because, like, I mean, what do you think? I mean, I would say I'm partially not and also am. Yeah, like the clone situation and all that. Who's the real me? I mean, well, like, I'm not gonna state my personal identity, but, like, I think that there's an ultimate me, and it's also you. But that's what I think. Yeah. Well, like, it depends on what you mean by different person, like... Yeah, but you could also say I've been the same person forever in a certain lens as well, so... I don't know if you were trying to say something. You kind of just stopped talking. Kind of, but how do you stand firmly footed on anything at that point? Yeah, but, like, how are you gonna build, like a concrete foundation or, like, a cornerstone to construct a paradigm or anything like that? Yeah, I mean, I don't sit here and say the same word for 12 hours straight, but I do have certain things that remain the same, and I keep them the same on purpose because I mean, the way I think about, like, my thoughts many times is completely outside of the scope that I'm even a human being to begin with. But I'm just being honest, you know what I mean? I've considered the fact, like, someone wrote a book and said that human beings are organico-chemical computers, and that is somewhat of a valid postulation, but there's we were just talking about this, but there's a gray area with almost all of this stuff, inevitably. I'm sorry to say it, but it all this just kind of sounds like the same thing I've heard like endlessly like my whole life. I'm not trying to say you guys are like, if you're anything like me, you're searching for original ideas, and it's it just is what it is. I just like yeah, I mean, drugs definitely have physiological effects. Yeah, we can hear you. Did he actually create another account? Jesus, dude. I'm sorry, but I wasn't about to get started with that, dude. I kicked him immediately. Like, what the fuck did he do? Like, he said he was playing on console. Like, did he buy another copy of the game just to join this? Like, I would feel bad, but that's his fault. Like, how would he not know that I would kick him again? It is what it is, man. So, anyway, you guys were talking about drugs. What was the reason you were bringing that up? Yeah, I mean... Well, right, there's like somewhat seemingly unshakable aspects of our reality, but I think that in terms of like how you utilize the mind many times isn't quite as limited as people usually try to make it seem it is. Like, if you're inebriated, you're gonna be drunk, right? Or whatever. We get that, but I don't think that the, we have to put would they, though? You're presuming that they don't have free will independent of the copy. Well, like, I kind of ran this with SKS, but there's obviously ideas outside of science. Like, it's like a true scientist would say that's not possible. It's all good, man. He's talking about like basically materialism right now. I mean, I think that materialism is somewhat useful, like, for certain things, but it doesn't apply to every aspect of existence. And that's sort of the core tenet of the philosophical conversation me and SKS were having. But if you were here for the whole thing, you'd understand a lot of the things that we were saying, but... And you probably would agree and disagree with a lot of it. I mean, subsuming that every decision a person makes is based off of physiology, then yeah, you would be right. They would act the same. Well, I was trying to point this out to SKS, but I think that everything is basically dependent upon the lens, so to speak, that you try to view it through, right? And part of it has to do with physiology, but part of it has to do with just thought itself. I'm sorry, dude. I just don't want you in here, dude. If you guys don't want to hear him, you can just mute him. Because if he keeps doing this thing where he keeps making different accounts, then like whatever. Which like right, like materialism is important, but it's not the only realm of thought. Like, and that's all I'm trying to demonstrate to you guys. Right, and So like this is my question is why do you guys say there's no free will? Is it because you don't want to have free will, or you genuinely feel like it doesn't exist? Yeah. Because there's an explanation, that means it's not like you're not deciding to do it. what's obvious that plays itself out on a regular basis. But what, like, if they have the ability to do that, what's the difference between that and the universe just being able to read your mind to begin with? And when you say that, you mean all possibilities have played themselves out? And who the fuck decides that? Well, who's making the simulation though? Us? I don't know. I've heard my brother say shit like this, and I don't understand, like, because if you, like, SKS was blaming me of this earlier about playing the reductionist game, but this is one of the fundamental reasons why people inevitably go back to the idea of God, and like I don't rule the possibility of God out, but I just have tried to become very specific about what I'm talking about when I say the word. Yeah, but there's a lot more than that. I mean, some people are so regularly identifying with the idea of God existing. Like, I mean, obviously you see Christians do it, right? But like, some people like think the thought so often that it goes beyond just like formal, like, educated, like, debate. You know what I'm saying? And I've had my friends say some really dumb shit to me over time about the whole thing, but okay. Yeah. I do, yeah. I think the only reason why I believe in karma, the only reason why I believe in karma is because it's played out in my personal life many times. I mean, like, anytime I've had ill-gotten gains, they've basically been taken from me, and it wouldn't make sense why they would have been. Like, I mean, that's not even the only example. Like, I've seen people, like, win fights that probably normally would have lost, but they like won almost because they were like it almost felt like they were supposed to win, you know what I mean? Right. Well, but that's the thing is that, like, I'm not encouraging you to believe in God, but what I'm saying is that it would make a lot of sense if you thought of it like vastly outside of a Christian context, and that's the big fundamental aspect, because, like, well, but that SKS already said that, but that's solipsism. See, like, I've considered solipsism myself, but what I actually think is that God, like, God in his entirety, and when I say God, I more so mean existence, because God is just a word, but, like, existence and consciousness is the ultimate solipsist. It almost inevitably has to be. Right, and well, it's obviously like completely fucking delusional to completely let your guard down at any point in time. You know what I mean? Well, but you also have to consider the fact that God, and also remember that I'm saying about existence, isn't completely good, and never was. Like, that's the part that Christianity fucks up the most, is they painted this picture of the devil, but it's actually all been God, and always was. Because it can't be anything other than God. And God isn't just people, he's everything. And he isn't he. He isn't she either. He's existence itself. And we just call him he, so we can make it easier to talk about existence and everything. Right, and that's the most ridiculous part about the whole thing. To most people, but not to me. My idea is not conventional or orthodox in any sense. If I was alive back in the day, they would consider me a heretic. Well, but like, okay, like we can erase God altogether. That part doesn't matter. It's still relevant to talk about existence because that's where we are. So like, or they even call God the source. But right. Yeah, right. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. But you don't have to call it God if you don't want to. It's just a short, simple way of referencing everything very easily. Well, like, but you really think it's up to me as an individual to create a better word for everything? It's not pantheism, because pantheism is many gods. I don't know how I'm like such a unique individual when when I talk I try to reference everything like as I'm talking a lot. People have pointed that out like to me and I'm like, why doesn't everyone do that? I don't get that. Cause like how are you ever not talking about what's actually here, which is what makes up everything. It's like the most relevant topic altogether, is it not? Or am I confused? It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I mean, I'm probably. Well, like, I just like I don't know. Like we were having like relatively philosophical conversations. I mean, you guys can talk about whatever you want. I don't. The conversations don't have to be there. You know what I mean? Wait, really? I guess just back out and rejoin is the only thing you can do. Because I don't think I can make him unstuck. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like I've been frustrating people to some extent with some of my ideas. Yeah, you seem more open to philosophical inquiry, but I'm probably gonna go smoke a cigarette here in a few minutes. Yeah, right, and like that's what I tell all my friends is it's like I try to open people's perspectives. Like I don't try to force anyone to believe anything. That's never been my goal. I'm just trying to like broaden people's horizons. That's really all I'm trying to do. And like I brought up the point to you earlier, SKS, but like the you know, like the fact that if you allow yourself to think inside a box that you create in your own head, it can really fuck you over, like in a bad way. And it can also fuck you over if you let other people try to put your mind in a box, if that makes sense. But yeah, well, but also like me and you have been here more consistently than everyone else. Like it's and I'm not saying that the other people's points don't matter, but like you understand a lot of what I said that build up to all these aspects of the conversation. But I understand like people are just in here to have fun and shoot at each other, but it does make things somewhat interesting to have a somewhat intelligent conversation. Yeah, like I actually met like lots of people on here that were like decent people, and it was pretty awesome. Like I just did this whole thing because of Quakecon. That's like the only reason why I was hosting. I might do another one in September, like for my birthday or something, but I don't know. I might do it again tomorrow, but I don't know if I'm going to put in as much time as I did today. It was a really long time. Oh shit, man. Yeah, I'm probably gonna step out for a smoke, and then I'll probably end here soon myself. I mean, long and short of it is, I would say just, like, the only important thing I could say to you is to value every moment you have as much as possible, because someday you are gonna die, and you don't know if you're gonna come back. Yeah, like, I'm sure you've been to funerals, like I've been to funerals, like that's like the only takeaway that I've gotten from every funeral is that like it's an exemplification of the fact that if you don't make the most out of this, you're basically wasting it. Well, like a lot of people think of blackness, but consider the idea that there's absolutely nothing, and when I say that, it's not even black. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever thought of that, but I'm just kind of throwing that out there. Right. Yeah, right. Right, and that's what I was pointing at, but I've never heard that exact perspective that there's 7 layers of it. But a nothing burger, as they say. Well, I can tell you, like, I call nothing the absence of essence itself. So, like, absolute nothing is, like, has no intrinsic quality to it whatsoever. Yeah, I was gonna say right. What he's pointing at is there's an objective reality outside of words. Yeah, I mean, I kind of see what you're saying too, because like when something's dead, it's fucking dead, and anyone would recognize it right away. Like, well, like you've never seen like a cat. You've never seen like a dead rodent come back to life. It just doesn't happen. But there's a difference between being like a warm body and like a cold fucking carcass. You know what I mean? I don't know. There's a couple bodies. There's a couple bodies on this video game, and they look pretty dead to me. Like when you said that just now, that's like an example of what I mean by people drawing circles. That's one example, but yeah, people draw circles around ideas. I think it goes a little deeper than that in some instances, but. Well, SKS, if you're getting off, man, I'll see you later. I'm just stepping away for a few moments, but if you're back on tomorrow at some point or whenever, if I never see you again, man, I hope you have a good one. Sorry guys, you keep racking up 50 kills in like 2 fucking seconds. Oh man. So I guess SKS left and that other guy. Unfortunately, I have to get rest at some point, guys. Like, I've been doing this like all fucking day. Okay, so if you have your mic set up, like, you have to, are you on PC or console? So you're on PC, it would be the V key. Yeah, it's V. Did you hear all our philosophical conversations, I'm guessing? Or you just wanted to talk in general? Time is it? It's 3 AM. I mean, we can probably finish this round, and then this is probably gonna be my last round. And if any of you guys want to host, you can. But I gotta go to bed, basically. I really have to. I'm super fucking tired. Yo, what's up, man? I'm sorry, what? I can't quite make out what you're trying to say. Okay, yeah, if that's... What's up, man? How am I? I'm good. How are you doing? How are you doing, man? Well, guys, it doesn't seem like anybody else is joining at this point in the stream. I think I'm probably just going to end this match on the stream. I'll probably post the VOD. It's very long. But I hope you guys enjoyed this whole deathmatch hosting tonight. Like I said, I might consider doing it again tomorrow. And as I've said in previous streams, I mean, you have to understand that, like, sometimes things do get somewhat philosophical between me and other people when I stream, but none of it comes from a place of maliciousness. It's all about just learning and speculation and debate and all those things. But I'm very tired. It's been a very long day, and I think I will conclude the stream here. As I said before, I hope all of you are having a good summer. I know it's coming close to the end of it, and hopefully we can have good times in the future, and that's what I aim to do. And once again, thanks for watching. So I will see all you guys next time. Nice. It is so Tuna, do you have like some kind of like speaking disorder or something like that? Okay. I mean, that's okay, man. I mean, that's got to be really tough, man. I'm sorry that you have to go through that. I understand. Maybe it's presumptuous for me to do that to begin with, but you do understand everything I'm saying, though? That's interesting, man. Is it easier for you to communicate via text, or do you have trouble with that as well? That makes sense. Does it make it easier to practice talking for you? So you're saying like talking does help you in some sense? Well, Tuna, I was just gonna say that like I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you joining the deathmatch. I may be doing this tomorrow, but I probably do need to get some rest tonight because I've been at this for a very long time today, and if you wanted to join tomorrow, if I am on, you can. But I'm sorry, man, but I really do have to get some sleep because it's pretty late. So, and I've been doing this for, I think I did it for like 3 hours earlier, and then I did it for 9.5 hours now. So it's been a very long time, but I'm gonna get going for the night, guys. If one of you guys wants to host, feel free to do it, but I'll see you guys later, alright? Have a good night, guys. Alright, guys, I think that just about does it for the streaming, and like I said, I might be doing this again tomorrow, and